Okay, we're now streaming.
Okay, thank you. Time is now 5:32. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We want to welcome all of our virtual visitors that are following us on the city's IT YouTube page. I think it's been renamed to Safe Hopewell, and then also on the council live. I do have some other welcome remarks that I want to save until the regular meeting agenda. So with further ado, just roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Councilor Pelham is going to try to join us later on. She has the family situation that she has to deal with, so she might join in during the regular session.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we have enough people present. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move that we go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code sections 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the interview and appointment and prospect candidates for employment, city clerk, and appointment boards and commissions A3 and A6, to discuss the investment of public funds for acquisition of real property for a public purpose where bargaining is involved, and discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the city's bargaining position and financial interest, and to the extent such discussions will be aided thereby, A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals and personnel matters not related to public business.
Second.
A motion's been made by Councilor Parton, seconded by, I think that was Vice Mayor Bennett. Any other
Yes.
discussion? Okay. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Do what?
We're doing the roll call.
Here? Yes.
It's to
Okay,
go into
thank
closed
you.
it's to go into closed session.
Yes.
okay. Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay, everyone will be back out at 6:30 for the work session. Council, you can join us in this closed session, as well as city manager, city attorney, and the Mr. Dane if needed with Mr. Altman. Thank you.
audio. No, it's city council. You are using the computer audio.
Yo le dije, sí, llegué ayer de China.
Try to have a big black bear in it.
Ms. Jones, this is Tavia. I just wanted you to know that you're not on the work session at 6:30, so your meeting won't start until 7:30.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
que aunque tenga efecto en la persona, pero el efecto que va a tener es en la especie.
And hopefully it'll work fine. If not, then I'll just wasting my freaking money, but But hopefully. Yeah, I think that's what I think stick them out there like I'm doing, so, right? Yeah. No. Oh. He wanted lucky. Yeah, what? Well, he needs to do what I do, dude.
All right, we apologize for the delay of coming back out to start our work session this evening. I think everyone is here from council. Okay, with that said, I would like to come out of closed session. Is there a motion to end closed session?
So moved.
Second to end closed session, please.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Parton, seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Your microphone is muted.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. We do have some actions to take care of tonight. First is Mr. Ottman, please get with the HR director to ask her to provide council with an update with how many applications we have received thus far for the clerk position, but then to also check your email to inquire about someone we can contact to fill in the need temporarily in the office. Other item that we have is some appointments this evening. City Council would like to appoint Ms. Elder and Terry Amon to the Downtown Design Review Committee and Joseph Bailey to the Architecture Review Board. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, do we need to do the certification first?
We can do the first certification first. I'm sorry.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, would like to make a motion?
I move that we appoint Mary French Elder and Terry Almonds to the Downtown Design Review Committee and Joseph Bailey to the Architecture Review Board.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay, moving on to our work session. Time is now 6:58. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the work session agenda?
I move that we adopt the work session agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Is before council. Any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Thank you. The first item that we have on tonight's agenda is the conditional use permit for 501 Delton and 3310 Norton. Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, members of council, the two work session items this evening are conditional use permits that have been submitted for 501 Delton Avenue and 3310 Norton Street. Ms. Griffin is here this evening to discuss, give you a brief overview of these items, and then they would be placed on your January agenda for public hearing. Ms. Griffin?
And Ms. Griffin, I think your microphone is muted and somebody is typing in the background. Can you please mute your microphone?
You can press star.
Can you hear me now, madam?
Yep.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect, I apologize. As I was saying, thank you, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor Bennett and all members of City Council for meeting with us tonight to discuss the two conditional use permits. We first have a conditional use permit for 501 Delton Avenue. The applicants are the owners of the property, Mr. and Mrs. Reber. They are requesting a conditional use permit in order to build a fence over the 4-foot allowable in the front and side yards. You do have a brief PowerPoint presentation that takes you easily through the information if you want to slide to that, Madam Mayor. The,
Is that behind the documents? I'm trying to place it in the packet. It's at the end of the documents, right?
I believe so, yes, ma'am. Actually, I thought it was at the
If
beginning.
if you have it up, we can give you controls to do it because it's usually easier when you click it. Do you have it up?
No, I don't have it up.
Let me see.
I thought I saw it before under the work session at the beginning.
All
No.
right.
Well, I'll continue to talk. It should be easy to follow until it comes.
There we go.
This is a corner lot. Yes, that's it. It's a corner lot. It's located in the R1 Residential Low Density Zoning District. It's located in Ward 3, and the proposed fence is approximately 4 feet 6 inches tall. Again, the zoning ordinance, Article 18, Section 7, only allows 4-foot fences in the corner, side, and front yard. The Reibers are requesting the conditional use permit in order to keep their pet dog within the area. Again, Mr. Reiber is on the line here to speak to you. They did go to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission thoroughly reviewed the application. They held a public hearing on November 5th of this year. The commission recommended approval of the request 4-0. They verified that the fence is not located in the site triangle, which is a requirement of the zoning ordinance. And they also believe that this application met the criteria for approving conditional use permits according to Article 21 Amendment Section D, subsection D in the Hopewell zoning ordinance. Mr. Elliot Eliades is on the line also. He is the chairman of the Planning Commission and is here to answer any questions you may have. And that is a presentation for the first conditional use permit. Were there any questions for the Reibers or Mr. Eliades?
No.
Okay. As Mr. Altman has stated, this will be a public hearing at your January meeting. I believe it's January 12th. And so Mr. Reiber and Mrs. Reiber, you will receive a letter from the office about that meeting as we get closer to that date. Thank you so much for being on with us tonight.
Okay, so we may leave now?
Yes, sir. The next conditional use permit is at 3310 Norton Street. This is an interior lot, unlike the previous that was a corner lot. It is also zoned R1, our residential low density district. It happens to also be located in Ward 3, and this proposed fence is 5 feet into the front side yard. I don't see the Wiles on the line tonight, but they did come and were present at the Planning Commission meeting on November the 5th, where the Planning Commission recommended approval of this request. They believe that the application met the approval criteria outlined in Article 21, Section D, subsection D, and the Hopewell zoning ordinance. And you do have pictures of the proposed fence in your slide presentation. If you have any questions for myself or Mr. Eliades, we are happy to answer them.
Does anyone have any questions?
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This will also go to your first meeting that you have. That's not the organizational meeting in January. And that concludes the work session items that we have for you tonight.
All right. So we're done. So we have let me cut my camera on. Just when I got like relaxed, ready to hear the discussion, there wasn't any, which is like the first time ever. So we have until 7:30 before we start our regular session. So we'll be back here at that time. Everyone can break until then. We'll see you back on the line. And Dr. Manker, can you put that standing screen up? Or I can scroll to the top of the agenda just so that people know that we're breaking right now.
Sure.
Okay, it looks like everyone's back, right? Okay. All right. Time is now 7:32. Like to call our regular meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you proceed with roll call, please?
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
I don't see her phone number listed. Oh, I see her name.
I see.
Counselor Holloway, you're muted.
Here.
thank you. Counselor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Okay, Counselor Pelham will be joining us hopefully later on if she becomes available. But if not, just proceed to continue with roll call without her listed. All right, so thank you again to all of our visitors that joining us. Typically during this part of the agenda, historically, like the mayor always makes welcome comments. I usually tend to keep them short and brief just because our meetings have been interesting the last 2 years. And so I want to make an exception to tonight's meeting because it is our last regular scheduled meeting in December. I hope that at the end of tonight's meeting, we'll have time for council to go around the horn to say some closing remarks to end this year off. But most importantly, for right now, I want to take a moment to share some remarks regarding Mr. Herbert Bragg and Ms. Brown, our city clerk. So Mr. Herbert Bragg is going to be retiring from the city after several years of service. I believe the number is 14. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I just want to share that it's been a pleasure having you with us. You have been such a remarkable person to work with. You're incredibly genuine, kind-hearted, and just a good person all around. And oftentimes it's very rare to find someone who is very genuine and true like you. Also, I would say that 20 years, oh my goodness, 20 years. I don't know where I got 14 from, 20 years of service. I will also share that Mr. Bragg has really been versatile in his work here. He serves the city manager in regards to intergovernmental and public affairs, but he also supports city council with various activities. We have special events, when we have our legislative items, if there's something that miraculously falls in his bailiwick because he is multifaceted, Mr. Bragg always comes to the rescue. I can also say that since I've been on council, this will be my 8th year. Usually, we work in government, things get a little hectic and crazy, but Mr. Bragg has always stayed true to who he is from day one. God-fearing man, very humble, kind, and someone that is a treasure to have in any workforce. So I will sincerely miss you. I will miss having you to call up on and just ask for your advice or just to help calm me down on bad days. I will miss seeing your smiling face because you always have a smile and you always dress to the nines, but also just having your calmness around City Hall. I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors after your second retirement, because you've already retired from the military after 10 years of service there as well. And before I move on to the city clerk, I just want to see if any other members on council and obviously the city manager have anything they want to share about Mr. Bragg, since this is his last meeting with us before he leaves the city of Hopewell. Councilor Parton.
Mr. Bragg, every time that I go down the second floor hallway, I always see you and try to stop by and chit chat with you. I mean, you're it's going to be a shame not having you around. I'll probably end up going through withdrawal symptoms and start asking, where is Mr. Bragg? But just want to thank you again for everything and for, all the good advice that you've given me over, certainly, the past 2 years on council, but also prior to that, just being a city volunteer. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Denton, then Counselor Randolph, and then Mr. Altman.
I just got to add my 2 cents worth in. Mr. Bragg, you know that I have enjoyed working with you, especially on the machine and tool tax that we work so hard on sometimes with the legislature. But mostly, I will have to say I have enjoyed just knowing you as a person. You are an exemplification of what a good Christian man is. And I am so glad that I have had the opportunity to know you, to work with you, and just to be your friend. And we have worked on several things together, one of which is tonight. I hope we can finally put that to bed. And I wish you good health, have fun, and just enjoy your retirement. Thank you for all you've done for our city.
Okay, Counselor Randolph.
Mr. Bragg, you are a true treasure for the city. I got to know you probably about 15 years ago now, when I was a citizen and not a council person, and I attended the city's very first Citizen Academy to learn more about the citizen opportunities and the departments and what went on in the city. And it was a labor of love for you because you truly cared about the city, still do. And you wanted to share that experience with citizens if they wanted to be a part of that. And you have tried to do that academy every year, done a great job with it. I attended the one last year. And I always know that there's more for all of us to learn. And I just want to thank you for your dedication to the city, your dedication to the citizens, and certainly your dedication to making everybody a better, stronger person that worked around you. So thank you so much. I appreciate you very much.
Counselor Howard, do you have any remarks by calling Mr. Altman or Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes. Mr. Bragg, I would like to thank you for your 20 years of service to the city of Hopewell and being a godly man. I know when I used to come into your office, I was always welcome there, and you were always busy working for the city of Hopewell. So I thank you for your presence in the city of Hopewell and for all the work that you have done to take this city forward. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Altman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly do appreciate the break in protocol this evening. I have had the opportunity to break in protocol at our Civilian Military Council meeting to discuss Mr. Bragg and his pending retirement, which I must say I am not very happy about. I share everyone's sentiments. He will be a very difficult individual to not replace, but to follow. Most folks don't know a whole lot about Herbert, and he's very, very reserved and quiet about what he's done and he's accomplished. And I've had the pleasure of sharing a door between our offices almost for the last 3 years. And I've had the pleasure of knowing Herbert since he came to the city. He came in April of 2000, and I arrived in June of 2000. And I've known Herbert for the last 20 years. I find it very difficult to find someone who's a better individual than Mr. Bragg. For those that don't know, he did serve in the military. He was in the Army for 20 years and quickly rose from private to sergeant first class. and ultimately was a chief warrant officer. And he did that in a period of 9 years. So this is a unprecedented military service. He did serve for us overseas in Panama. He served at the demilitarized zone in Korea, and also in part of Desert Storm, Desert Shield. And we certainly thank him for his 20 years of service to our country and the last 20 years of service to this city and our citizens. I still haven't decided whether I'm going to sign his retirement papers and let him go. But I know that I, like everyone that's mentioned before, relies on him, seeks advice, and I will certainly miss Mr. Bragg a great deal. So thank you for allowing us to make a few comments this evening with regard to our good friend, Mr. Bragg.
Certainly. And the other fun fact about Mr. Bragg is he has the best stories. You always hear him say, we don't tell our story in the city. He has all this negative information regarding tourism and the history of the community, but he also has a wide depth of knowledge regarding just American history and fun facts. So I'll miss hearing those little tidbits from time to time. And I'll just open up the floor to any of the other staff that's on the call tonight. If they have any remarks for Mr. Bragg, and then Mr. Bragg, if you have anything you want to share, feel free.
Madam Mayor, may I say something?
Yeah, I called on you earlier. I'm sorry.
What can I say about Mr. Bragg? I sit here and I'm thinking, the first thing I noticed about Mr. Bragg when I first met him is that any mission or task that he is, assigned or he does everything with intention. He puts thought, time, and everything. And he's very humble. There's not one person that can say if they needed anything or walk through the City Hall, Mr. Bragg would go out of their way to make sure that, they were taken care of. He was not only a person who helped in the city, but he's vested in the community. Mr. Bragg, I have to tell you, you're hardworking, dedicated, loyal, very knowledgeable and intelligent. And not only with that, professional, you're caring and giving. There's so many words that can describe you. And it's just hard to see you leave, because the skills that you possess and you show, I personally feel is fading from, this generation. And I'm just to be so grateful to have learned and under you, or, even when we went to the legislative meetings, you were there to educate me and tell me exactly what was going on. You never missed a beat. So I'm hoping that the skills that you have passed on, or the person that you have been, will actually reflect throughout the new leadership. And I'm just sad to see you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Bennett. I see other hands from Ms. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Gore, can you hear me?
Yes.
For those of you who have seen the movie or read the book Out of Africa by Isaac Dennison, there's a line out of that movie that says, there is a particular happiness in giving a man whom you like very much good food that you have cooked yourself. I've never cooked for Mr. Bragg, but I have shared with him books. And as a lover of books, that is as good as a good meal on most days of the week. And I'm going to be very sad to see this person whom I've grown to appreciate in the workplace and as another lover of books leave the workplace. I wish Mr. Bragg, I wish you, sir, many years of happiness and an exciting venture as you start out on another phase of your life. The city has benefited from having you here, and we will certainly miss you when you're gone. And I hope you can continue to reach back and support each and every one of us, because we have grown and benefited from your presence and your knowledge and your assistance. And I imagine that we are at the back of the line of many others who have the same things to say about you. And I wish you very well as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dane?
Yes, ma'am. All of y'all have been very eloquent in your praise of Mr. Bragg, and it's all well-deserved. I just want to say I thank him for his service to our country. I thank him for his service to our community, but mostly I thank him for his service to his Lord, which is apparent in everything he does and everything he says. And he's a fine man, and we'll miss him around the building. I hope he doesn't remain a stranger. I hope he comes to visit, but he's one of the finest men you could ever meet. And that says way more than what he's done in his work career, which has been plenty. So Herbert, Godspeed, and God bless you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with their hands raised that hasn't spoken already. So Mr. Bragg, if you want to, you can provide a couple of remarks, and then we'll move on to Ms. Brown and officially open the meeting.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, members of City Council. I am truly, truly honored and so grateful and humble to all of you for your fine remarks, for your kind words and your eloquent thoughts. I've tried to give the city my best, and I think when you do that, you can look back over your life and not have any regrets. And I thank you all. It's been my honor and privilege to serve with each and every last one of you. And but it's time has come for me to turn the chapter and start a new one. And like anything else, I hope that I've planted a seed in some of you or all of you, so that our good work will continue for the people of Hopewell. It has truly been my honor to represent Hopewell on so many different fronts. Much, it's too lengthy to name here. But I can tell you that I have been privileged and honored to serve the citizens of Hopewell and to represent the city at the local, state, and federal level. And we've accomplished a lot over the past 20 years, but there's so much more to do. And we can't simply just think in 4 and 5 year terms. We have to think 25 and 50-year terms now, and what sustain our cities for the next generations to come. And so having said that, I want to again thank all of you for taking this time out and breaking protocol for me this evening. I want to thank Mr. Altman, the city attorney, Mr. Dane, as well as members of City Council that have spoke so eloquently. It has truly been my honor and privilege and pleasure to work with all of you. And if I have to leave you with anything, I would say just trust in God and lean not into your own understanding, but in all your ways, just acknowledge him and he will direct your path. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity this evening.
Thank you again, Mr. Bragg. The other person that we have leaving us this will be their last meeting is our city clerk. It's Miss Brown. She's serving as our interim clerk at the moment, but she must well have the title of city clerk if she's doing the work. She hasn't been with us for a long time, but I can definitely say that she definitely came into a situation that was probably less than ideal for anybody. And she hit the ground running and has made the best of it as possible, and has been doing the work with limited training in this office since March. I can say that she's been a joy to work with. I don't get to work with her closely, but the times that I do interact with her when I come into the office, she's always been incredibly kind, easy to work with, accommodating, and really is a breath of fresh air from what it's been like in the past. And so I wish her nothing but the best of luck in her new endeavor as being the new city clerk for the County of Dinwiddie. Great opportunity for you. I'm very happy that you're able to progress in your career. And I just want to say thank you for sticking out with council. Thank you for helping us when we needed someone to step in and fill the gaps. It really has been a pleasure to get to know you as well. And your sense of humor is amazing. If you haven't, for all the staff, we had that door decorating contest and she had me in City Hall laughing so hard yesterday at the doors that she decorated. And just the fact that she finds pleasure in just the simplest things, I think is just remarkable. And you're a very lovely person. And so thank you for serving the City of Hopewell as well. And I'll open up the floor for council to have any remarks for Ms. Brown. Councilor Parton.
Well, Kamisha, all I can say is, it really has been a pleasure. I thoroughly enjoy going into the office. All the jokes that we have and, all the help that you've provided, with different things that I needed assistance with constituent services and other issues that have popped up. You've always been there. You've always answered my phone call to help me out in a tight jam. And I really appreciate it. And, just best of luck to you over in Dinwiddie. And if you're ever back in Hopewell, just let me know. I'll even treat you out to lunch.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Denton.
And I want to tag along too. If you get back to Hopewell, Kamisha, Johnny and I both will take you out to lunch. So that'll be something to look forward to, I hope. But we have had our challenges, but I have always, when I walk in there, that office, I always get a great big smile, sweetest smile from Kamisha. It makes no difference how bad her day is going. She will give me a smile. We've had some good times, and I wish you success in your new job. And I know Dinwiddie pretty well, so don't be surprised if I show up one day just to say you got a visit from the old biddy, and we want to see how you're doing. So good luck, Kamisha. I love you, and thank you for all your help with us, this council. Thank you, Kamisha. Thank you.
Councilor Randolph.
Thank you. Kamisha, you're always a bright smiling face. Didn't get to meet you and really see your personality till you moved down to the clerk's office. I appreciate everything that you've done for us in that office, and I know that you're going to make a fine clerk for Dinwiddie. You and I have had many a talk about the workplace and all the trials and tribulations that can come with that. And I think that you are now ready for anything that Dinwiddie can throw at you. If you survived us, you can survive anything. And
Amen.
I want to wish you the best and hope that you have a long and successful career. And I already talked to you about taking you out to lunch, and it will either be this Friday or next Friday, your choice. So if anybody wants to go with us this Friday or next Friday, whichever one Kamisha picks, then they are more than welcome. But I can't wait to see how you thrive in Dinwiddie. And I think that's closer to your home. So I think that's going to be a great move for you. So best wishes and best luck.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bennett.
Mrs. Brown, I want to say that it was great working with you. And, like Councilor Randolph said, if you can survive this council, you can survive anywhere. But you did. You came in, you hit the ground running. You were only there for a month, and our clerk left, and you took the reins, and you were able to still build relationships and with everyone in the city. I really appreciate everything you've done. You have excelled within the few months that you've been here. And I'm just gonna miss calling you and saying, hey, Kamisha, I need this, and you're on it. So I don't want to say anything without crying, but I do. I'm gonna miss you, and I do love you, and I pray for the best.
Councilor Holloway?
Mrs. Brown, I would like to thank you for stepping into the position to accommodate the city of Hopewell. Upon contact via phone or in person, you are always professional, respectful, and kind, always willing to assist immediately at once, willing and eager to accommodate and solve the problem or whatever's going on. Congratulations on your new position. I appreciate the joyous spirit that you carry, and continue to be blessed in your new position. Thank you for your service to the city of Hopewell.
Okay. And I don't know if Mr. Bragg or, not Mr. Bragg, I'm sorry, Mr. Altman or Ms. Robinson or Mr. Jane have anything. If you do, feel free, and then we'll pass it over to Ms. Brown to share any remarks before we start.
So, Ms. Brown, it has been a pleasure. And as I told you when you told me the news, congratulations. You are going to work with and alongside an excellent gentleman in Mr. Kevin Massengill, the county administrator in Dinwiddie. And you will be 15 minutes from your home instead of 30 to 45 minutes from your home, which I know is a huge, huge benefit. Greatly appreciate your work down here and with us. And I know you kind of, as everybody's alluded to, kind of had the rug pulled out from underneath you, I guess. You showed up and were expecting to be the assistant clerk, and then suddenly the clerk left, and within a matter of a month, and it was sink or swim time, and I think you've done a great job. You will definitely be missed, as everyone's alluded to. Your smile, your sense of humor. You know, I will wear my taco socks next Tuesday. She gave me a pair of taco socks because in the Altman household, it is Taco Tuesday every Tuesday night. So I will be wearing my taco socks next Tuesday in honor of Ms. Brown. But thank you for all you've done for us, and good luck in Dinwiddie. I know you will do great.
Kamisha, this is Charlie. I would just like to say good luck. You're going to do great. You're a good person, and you're very professional, and you do your job well. So good luck. You will do fine, and we will, I'm sure, be crossing paths. So you know, you won't be a stranger, and I won't be a stranger. But you will be missed around the building. You get along so well with everybody. You're such a good people person. But that's also why you'll be successful. So Godspeed.
I wish you well as well, Kamisha. Best of luck.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brown, do you have any comments? If you'd like to share, if not, that's fine. Kind of put everybody on the spot tonight.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll keep it short and sweet. I definitely want to thank, the Hopewell administration, city manager's office, just everybody who I've worked with since coming to the city. I just appreciate the friendships I've made and all the people I've met. Thank you to the city council. This is definitely not how we saw things going, but everything happens for a reason. But I am very blessed and fortunate to have met each of you. And I do hope you guys keep in touch with me. Yeah, I'm gonna stop there. I'm an emotional person, so I'm gonna stop. But thank you everybody, and thank you for allowing me to serve the citizens of Hopewell. And just, thank you everybody.
I was shooting for a tear, so I can't see you. So that must be that it worked. I can hear your voice. Thank you, Kamisha. Appreciate it. So with further ado, we're going to actually kick off with our prayer. Mr. Bragg, do us the honor in doing the prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Counselor Denton.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather this day. And may everything we do begin with your inspiration and continue with your divine help. We ask your guidance throughout this meeting, that all of our thoughts and actions would reflect your holy will, and that you would grant us the grace to love you and our neighbors. Father, we ask your continued blessings upon the city of Hopewell and all of its people. It's in your precious name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God.
under God, liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
John,
Get some help.
Counselor Parton has a delay. It's okay. All right, is there a motion to amend or adopt tonight's regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Motion's been made by Counselor Parton. I'll second it so we can continue. Motion's been made, Counselor Parton, seconded by Mayor Gore. Any discussion? I don't see any hands raised besides the ones that were from earlier. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Moving on. Mr. Altman and Counselor Denton, can you lower your hand so I can make sure if it's a fresh hand, please? Is there a motion to amend or adopt our consent agenda for this evening?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Is there any discussion? Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Did you have any comments?
Do what?
Does she know her hand's still up?
No.
I thought she heard me. Counselor Denton, can you lower your hand so I can keep track of the hands, please, to make sure it's a new request?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Tonight we have with us the Hopewell Prince George Chamber of Commerce in recognition of their 100-year anniversary. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we couldn't do a picture and have an event like they were requesting. We did research some options to try to make something work, but unfortunately, for safety concerns, we have to do this event virtually. So I know we have several guests joining us to participate in this discussion, and I'm trying to see if Ms. McDonough is on the line.
I am.
Oh, it's Becky. Okay.
Denny McDermott's on the line.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I didn't know if Ms. McDonough was going to be on the line as well.
No, she's not here this evening. But hi, my name is Denny McDermott. I'm the president of the board of the chamber, Hopewell Prince George Chamber. So speaking on behalf of the chamber, we certainly say thank you for recognizing our 100 years in the community, in the business community in Hopewell. Yes, unfortunately, we can't be there this evening to speak with you in person, but certainly we thank you on behalf of Becky and Daniel, our staff on the chamber and the board as well. I do believe we have some of our legacy members, chamber members that have been with the chamber for the full 100 years. So I invite anybody to chime in and say hello.
Yes, this is Andy Gervin from Advan 6, and I just want to thank, excuse me, the council for recognizing us tonight.
Thanks, Andy. Anybody else of our legacy members? So there may not be any others. Andy, I did see your name earlier.
Excuse me,
so,
Brian Manning with the library. I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute myself, but I'm here.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you for this honor.
And, let's just read the proclamation so everyone can track what we're talking about with the 100 years of service, and then see if any other members are on the line, and then ask you to provide some closing remarks so that way we capture everything. Madam Clerk, would you mind reading the proclamation for everyone that's watching this meeting tonight? And if you're speaking, you might be muted.
Give me a second I need to pull up a bigger version.
Okay. If it's easier, I can read if you want me to.
If you want to, go for it.
Okay. Office of Hopewell City Council, in recognition and appreciation of the Hopewell Prince George Chamber of Commerce. Whereas the Hopewell Prince George Chamber of Commerce was originated in 1915 and was incorporated 5 years later, September 20th, 1920, and celebrating 100 years of service in 2020. And whereas the Hopewell Prince George Chamber of Commerce was instrumental in helping the city recover from the fire, market ware surplus site, establish a retail district, and advocate for roads and bridges. And whereas over the past quarter century, the Hopewell Prince George Chamber has launched programs to help youth prepare for work life, supported the region during federal-based realignment and closures, and most recently expanded to manage a certified Virginia Visitor Center, promoting the Commonwealth and fostering awareness and development of quality of life initiatives that attract visitors and residents and benefit citizens. And whereas several of the enterprises who were in existence when it was first founded are still in existence today. Ashland Inc., formerly Hercules Inc., DuPont, Advan 6, formerly Allied Chemical, WestRock, formerly Hummel Ross Fiber Corp., JW Enix Inc., Marks and Harrison, the Progress Index, Appomattox Regional Library System, Hopewell Iron and Metal Company, JT Morrison So, the Bank of Southside Virginia, John Randolph Medical Center, Butterworth Furniture, Quick Lunch, formerly Nix, and Vergara's Cleaners. And whereas we as members of Hopewell City Council wish to extend our utmost appreciation for the work that the organization does in promoting the community and facilitating connections and initiatives that improve the business climate. And whereas Hopewell City Council wishes to extend our sincere best wishes for continued success in accomplishing your mission. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Hopewell City Council within the city of Hopewell do hereby recognize and appreciate the service of the Hopewell Prince George Chamber of Commerce and wishes them well in all future endeavors, and further that it is resolution of appreciation and support we duly recorded and shared on this seventh day and month of December in the year 2020. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of the City of Hopewell and the Commonwealth of Virginia on this 10th day of November 2020. And then it has our signatures. The clerk does have the hard copy of the proclamation in City Hall. I think we're trying to organize how to get that to you officially. And again, if there is an opportunity for us to do a photo op, which was desired, I would like to see if we can get that scheduled so that way we can still have something to commemorate this besides the Zoom meeting. And so do you have any other remarks before we open up the floor for members of council that you would like to share with everyone watching this meeting tonight, sir?
Sure. I would say coming out of the year 2020, hopefully into a better year for business in Hopewell. The chamber, our objective is to get to know you folks better on the council and the city staff, and extend our relationship so that we know each other's missions and goals better going into the new year. We certainly wish you folks well as you wrap up this year, as tough as it may have been. And, so on behalf of the chamber and again, our legacy members, thank you for recognizing us this evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And does any member of council have anything to share? I saw Councilor Parton's hand raised.
No, my hand was just raised to extend the meeting since we're coming up on 8:30.
Sure. You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that we extend the meeting until 10:30.
I'll second that. Motion's been made by Councilor Parton, seconded by Mayor Gore. Any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay, does any other members of council have any remarks for the chamber before we say thank you for joining us? All right. Well, thank you for your time. We appreciate it greatly. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our public hearings. We've already adopted the consent agenda. We have a public hearing number 1, the Comcast franchise agreement. Mr. Altman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. You have an item in your agenda this evening for a public hearing to consider a request from Comcast LLC for a cable television franchise in the city of Hopewell. And unfortunately, there's a typo. It's a 10-year franchise agreement, not a 5-year franchise agreement. As we know, Comcast is our current cable television provider here in the city. They're requesting a new franchise agreement as the old one has expired, and we are moving forward. We've been working on this with them. The city attorney has had an opportunity to review the franchise agreement and has drafted a resolution that's in your packet. Sent the franchise out to our cable television subcommittee of council and for their review. I would like to point out some items that I would say we were successful in initially with the franchise discussion because we're currently not utilizing our PEG channel, which is the public educational and governmental use channels. Comcast was going to remove them from the franchise agreement. We were successful in having them keep them in. So we have the ability to request 2 PEG channels for community and governmental and educational access, not to exceed a total of 3 channels should we use them. Additionally, we were able to have them provide, should we activate those PEG channels for our use or school's use, we have the ability to request from them a $20,000 capital grant to advance this in support of the use of the PEG channel by the city, and then also receive a PEG fee from them once that occurs. So this was kind of important, I think, as we move forward. While we may not be using those PEG channel today, we may want to use one in the future to provide access to our community with different types of shows. Speaking of Mr. Bragg earlier in his retirement, we could have used this at one point in time when Mr. Bragg had a radio show called Bragg About Town. You could have done something similar with a PEG channel and had him sit down with members of the community, discuss issues, members of council, have an update. So I feel like while the overall, the franchise agreement is the standard franchise agreement to provide cable service where we're able to do this. And this is going to allow us some flexibility as we move forward as a community and utilize that channel to communicate more often and frequently with our constituents. So we did advertise a public hearing this evening, and I have not received any comments from anyone in the community with regard to the proposed franchise agreement. And having said that, it is a 10-year franchise agreement. Staff is recommending approval of the proposed franchise agreement and the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city and execute other documents that is necessary. Council has the authority to enter into this agreement through Virginia Code sections, as you see on the screen, and portions of your charter. If council has any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Does anyone have any questions regarding the presentation before we open a public hearing? Okay, seeing no hands raised, and Councilor Holloway, since you're by phone, just jump in and let me know if you have something to share at any point during the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Time is now 8:17. I'd like to call the public hearing, open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, did you receive any responses to the public hearing tonight?
I did not receive any comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson, did you receive anything?
No, I did not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Altman already shared he didn't. So the time is now 8:18. I'm going to close the public hearing. Would a member of City Council like to entertain a motion?
I move that we approve the ordinance granting telecommunications franchise to Comcast LLC upon terms and conditions of the franchise agreement between the City of Hopewell and Comcast LLC, and to approve the agreement and to allow the city manager to sign and authorize any documents necessary.
So Councilor Parton, I'm going to need for you to repeat that again, please, slower, so the clerk can capture that full motion because it was kind of long.
Okay. I move that we adopt the ordinance granting telecommunications franchise to Comcast LLC upon terms and conditions of the franchise agreement between the City of Hopewell and Comcast LLC, and to approve the agreement and to authorize the city manager to execute all documents necessary.
Thank you, Councilor Parton. Madam Clerk, did you capture that?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. The motion was made. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to unfinished business. UB1, Hopewell Redevelopment and Housing Authority. Rezoning requests. Mr. Altman.
And Madam Mayor, members of council, this item again is on your agenda. You conducted your public hearing in, I believe it was November. We had a work session with HRHA to discuss a special meeting with them on December 2nd to discuss some concerns of council with regard to the application, and I guess a good discussion overall about public housing and working together as we move forward into the future with looking at where we're headed as a community from a housing perspective. Ms. Griffin and Mr. Dane did meet with members of the Housing Authority staff to, after the meeting they met this week, to, I believe it was this week, and Ms. Griffin or Mr. Dane can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was actually might have been last Thursday, to discuss concerns that the concerns expressed by council. I know the two staffs are working together to come to some resolution on those items. Staff's recommendation this evening is to table this matter until your January meeting to allow staff to work together to address some of the concerns that council has and bring this item back to council in January with resolution to those items. Having said that, I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Griffin to provide a little bit more detail. And I know that Mr. McCoy from the Housing Authority is on the line.
Yes, good evening. Mr. Altman is correct. Mr. Daniel and I did meet with Steve Benham and Tavares McCoy actually on yesterday, and we discussed the items that City Council reviewed with the HRHA board at your joint work session. The idea is that the HRHA would come back with additional information prior to your January meeting. I do have Mr. Tavares McCoy is on the line. I don't know if I see Mr. Benham, but Mr. McCoy is here to answer any questions you may have. But the idea is to have them come back with a new proffered letter based on the conditions that they see fit, and to come back to you at your January meeting. Mr. McCoy.
I don't have anything to add to that. As Mr. Altman stated and as Ms. Griffin stated, we have had an additional meeting. We are preparing documents and excuse me, and a statement in order to provide to council, and thought it'd be great to give council that with time to review. And we are in agreement with this city staff in coming back to it in January.
Thank you very much. That's really great news. I'm glad to see everybody's working together to find some other options for January. I think we had a really good joint meeting, so thank you all for your work for this. So the recommendation is to table this into a certain date in January. Ms. Griffin, are you trying to get this on our first January meeting, or the regular meeting, I should say, not the reorganizational one, or the second regular meeting?
The first meeting, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so since we don't have that date set, we'll just have to say our first regular meeting in January, and I'll defer to city attorney if that's not correct, since we don't have a date certain. I think that should suffice though.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think what I've seen is that we've been using January, I believe it's 12, as the first regular meeting. This would be my first regular meeting following an organizational meeting. So I'm going to kind of kick it back to you all to decide, tell me how you proceed. But I think the dates that I've seen are is like January 12th for the first regular meeting in 2021.
Okay.
But I mean, I think the code requires the adoption of the regular meeting calendar in your organizational meeting, which will be that first Monday. So I think the way you've postured it is absolutely probably the technically correct way to do it. And if you're not going to take any additional actions other than adopting the calendar and choosing your officers, I think this is probably the best way. But I would think if you're willing to take an additional action other than those two procedural acts on at the organizational meeting, continuing this over to be rescheduled, organizational meeting might be the best way because you're dealing with date certain.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Councilor Parton.
I'll make the motion to table this until the first regular January meeting, and have the HRHA bring back a new set of additional proffers.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made by Councilor Parton in second. And when we say table, we're meaning rescheduling the conversation to that date, just to make sure it's clear for the record. Any other discussion? Okay, Madam Attorney, does that motion suffice, given your remarks?
The motion worked.
All right. So there's no other hands raised besides Council Parton. I think that's from him making the motion. If not, please let me know.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Thank you for your time. We're going to move on to the next finished business item. Update on the Outer Hunter House land swap. I'll just call on Director Griffin because 9 times out of 10, she's going to be the one giving the presentation, or Mr. Altman.
That's a good call, Madam Mayor.
Yes, good afternoon again. Good evening, actually, Madam Mayor. Tonight, we're going to just give you an update on the land swap purchase of the Adderholt Hunter House, which is at 510 Cedar Lane in the City Point Historic District. I'm also going to ask Chris Ward later on in the presentation to speak regarding this. He's worked heavily on this project and has some insight that he's able to provide. At your last meeting, I think it actually was a meeting in October, you asked us to come back to you with information, and we've done that research, and tonight is just to give you an update of what we found. We provided a memorandum to you. In that memorandum, we've given you a list of the items that was found by the structural engineer. The structural engineer went out on November the 13th. He inspected the home to examine its condition, and his report is included in the packet. In the memorandum, we give you just a few highlights of what he's found. I'm willing to go over that if you'd like, but just for the sake of time, it is a bulleted item, items 1 through 12 on that memo. We also had Jenny Dotz. She is a real estate agent specializing in the conservation, sale, and rehab of older homes. Ms. Dotz is the founder of Old House Authority and the Alliance for the Conservation of Old Richmond Neighborhoods. She visited the Adderholt Hunter House on Monday, November the 30th. And the purpose of her visit was to provide a professional opinion on the ability to resell the house and at what price point. And her report is also attached to this memorandum. There is also a staff report from the Petersburg National Park Service, City Point. We asked them to provide a report of all the improvements that have been done to the Adderholt Hunter House since 2000. And lastly, some of you may recall at one time the city was looking at purchasing this house or either leasing this house in order to have the visitor center here and also possibly some offices for city employees. And this was done in 2010 by our skilled city engineer, Mr. Johnny Butler. And we thought it was good to put that information in the packet also. We do know that from Jenny Dotz, as we said, she is a professional real estate agent. She works with Long and Foster. She's provided her information in here and also her write-up. I will defer to Mr. Ward if he wants to add any information. You all may not see Mr. Ward, but Mr. Ward works very hard for the city and the Department of Development. He's our senior planner. And Mr. Ward, if you can unmute your mic and they can hear what you may have to add.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of council. Ms. Griffin pretty much gave you a very good overview of all the work that we've put into trying to gather information for you over the last month. We had the structural engineer, Jenny Dotz, also toured the property, and then we've also gathered information from the National Park Service in terms of the types of repairs that they have done on the property. I think the list they gave us, although it's not comprehensive, I think it shows the level of work that they did on the house over the last 10 years. At this point, the question now for you as City Council is to determine whether you think going through with the acquisition of this property is the proper thing to do. And that's why we were providing you this information tonight. So I'm here if you have any questions about any of the details in the reports. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
will add, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add, we were not expecting a vote tonight. You just asked us to bring back this information, and you said that you would look at this in more detail and maybe be able to provide a resolution at your January meeting, but we did want to provide you this information.
Thank you very much on your due diligence. Appreciate it. All right, I see Councilor Randolph has her hand raised. Councilor Randolph.
Thank you. Since this house is in my ward and actually just down the street from me, I'm very familiar with it, and was the one that asked if development could actually get in somebody to look at it. I think the purchase price that the Parks Service is asking for this house is absolutely negated by the amount of work that needs to be done on this house. Additionally, they have decided that they are taking the waterfront away from this house. There is an easement, I understand, per Ms. Griffin's last presentation for the homeowner, but the majority of value of living on the river is to have the riverfront free and clear. As part of a park, anybody can go and be on that riverfront in their backyard. And so I believe that the value of the house without the riverfront and with all of the huge repairs that need to be done and continuing to get worse by the minute, I cannot condone the purchase of that house for the city and for us to only be turning it around to flip it. I have, reservations. I would love to see the house saved. I think it's a beautiful house, or was many years ago. The bones are there, but we just don't, it doesn't appear that they're that they're not a little fractured. And I think we really need to, if anything, talk with the Park Service about our findings, because there is no way that I could condone paying the price that they want for the house, which I believe was $199, correct, Ms. Griffin?
$195.
$195. I don't believe that house will bring us that, even if we did all the repairs at this point. I know housing sales are up in the city, and it's a lovely house, but I appreciate you bringing the reports back to us, because it reflected what I had thought it might, which was that being empty so long, it needs considerable work. So I would ask that council really consider this, and if we need to ask for us to go back to the Park Service to see if there's a negotiation, but I can't condone it at this price, but that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay, any other members of council? Councilor Denton, was that you? Yes,
Yeah.
Councilor Denton.
I do understand that it is a lot of money, but it is an historical home, and it's right down there on Cedar Lane, which it is a beautiful street. I just wonder if, and maybe Ms. Griffin, you can answer this. By any chance, have you talked to anybody from, and I don't know, I'm just shooting off the top of my head here, from the Historic Hopewell Foundation, tax credits or something that we could, that they might be interested in this as as an historical home. It's not as old as Weston Plantation by any means, but it is right down there at Appomattox Manor. I just wondered have you considered that as any possibility?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Denton. We have not talked to the Historic Hopewell Foundation. We did, as we said, get Jenny Dotz to come out here to look at this house because she sells historic homes. She's talking to someone about this home, and this home is historic, and so it's going to take someone that is interested in historic preservation and knows, what they're getting into when they purchase this home. And the reason why we reached out to her, because that is a special niche. She got back to us within 2 days saying that, there were persons that were interested in this house, because that's what she does is look at historic properties, and there are people that really are into rehabbing historic homes. So from a staff perspective, we do believe that there are people out there. We get calls on several occasions from people who are visiting Hopewell or who actually have businesses here that are interested in the purchase of this home. I will say that when Ms. Dotz first heard about this, Mr. Ward talked to her on the phone. She had her skepticism. However, she says, let me come and let me look at the house. And after she looked at it on the 30th, her perspective totally changed. And she really felt that this was a jewel and that it was a home that would be marketable to someone at this price point that's interested in historic preservation. So I do understand Councilor Randolph's reservations. However, I do think she's right if it comes to someone that is just interested in purchasing a home, but it is a special niche for people that are looking at a historic property and have that interest. We can reach out to the Historic Hopewell Foundation. I do know that they have Weston Manor. I did not know their capacity to bring in another home and to be able to rehab that. So that's why that wasn't a thought, but we can reach out to them if you request that.
Well, I don't know that it is even a possibility, but I think they certainly did do a nice job with the Weston Plantation. And I believe that the structural engineers that came in, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they didn't find anything too terribly bad, gave it a fair to good report. So
you are exactly correct. Yes, ma'am.
And so I feel like before we just say no to it, we ought to at least look into those possibilities. A bed and breakfast, or I just can see some things that may be a good mix for down there and in City Point.
Yes, and staff agrees with that. That was the idea brought forth, that we would put this out to a RFP and have people, bring proposals back to you. And one of those proposals could be a bed and breakfast.
That's just my thought. I would like to see if there is anything that we as a city can do to preserve it.
Thank you, Councilor Denton. Ms. Griffin, I see Councilor Parton, and I do have a comment after Councilor Parton. Then I see Councilor Randolph has her hand raised. I think you said you had guests on the line. Do they want to share anything before we continue with the questioning that might be beneficial for the sake of the conversation?
Not a guest, just staff. I had not just staff, but not a guest. Mr. Ward was the special guest that I was talking about, our senior planner.
Oh, Mr. Ward, he's fabulous. Yeah. Okay. Councilor Parton, and then myself, and then Councilor Randolph for a second round.
So I'm along the same lines of with this, that Mrs. Denton has. I mean, may not be a waterfront house because there's a small sliver of land that separates the lot itself from the river. But I mean, housing sales are up in Hopewell, and there are a lot of people that have actually moved here from Hopewell from the West Coast because of the affordability of waterfront property and also water view property. Also historical homes. A lot of the homes in just a couple blocks away from me in Crescent Hills have been selling really well because they have that historical feel. It has the old materials, the old craftsmanship, which is built a lot better than the houses that are built today. But I mean, I would like to see the city try to negotiate the price a lot lower. I know that money's tight right now because of COVID, and we don't know exactly where our revenue projections are going to be. But I mean, I'm all for trying to negotiate this thing further down and then getting it into private hands, so that way we can get it back on the tax rolls. Because this being such a big house itself with water view and a decent sized lot, I mean, you're talking about recouping your money pretty quickly in terms of real estate tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll share my comments and I'll go to Councilor Randolph for a second round. Unless Councilor Holly, do you have something, or Vice Mayor Bennett, before I say anything?
No.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. So when I was, before I joined council, I served on the Architecture Review Board, and this was something that we discussed back then. And we knew it was going to be a multi-year process with going to Congress, but council at the time supported this effort. And back the ARB were trying to do something with this deal. And at the time we did mention trying to do a bed and breakfast or the satellite office for tourism. With some changes that's going to be coming up. Who knows what's going to happen with COVID, but we are still in need of having a satellite office, especially in that area. But then also if you're thinking bigger or long-term, looking at some recreation opportunities, we're trying to have more people on the river, even expanding some of the resources in terms of access to the waterfront. So I'm in favor of even the city using this for some type of value that was discussed previously with the ARB. So I have a question for Ms. Griffin. Is that still along the lines of the ARB is supporting or thinking, or has thought process changed over the years?
Madam Mayor, I have not heard the I don't know that answer. I would defer to Mr. Ward. He works, he's a staff for the ARB. So I will defer to him. I could give you my opinion, but my opinion wouldn't be based on the latest information.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, this is Chris Ward. I would not say that the ARB's thinking has necessarily changed from the discussions that occurred when you were on the Architectural Review Board. I think the intent of the ARB really is just to get this house in the proper hands, whoever that may be, so that it is renovated, and that it is a nice looking, functioning property, whether that it serves as a single family residence, as a bed and breakfast, as even office space. I think all of those options would be acceptable to the ARB. The reason that we most recently keep talking about it becoming a single family property again, really is just taking into consideration that with money that the way it is, that the proper way, or that the easiest way for the city to save this property would be to buy it and then turn around and sell it. You can even attach deed restrictions to it, so that you're confident that certain things will occur and that the level of renovation will be the proper level of renovation. But by doing that, the city is no longer on the hook for the property. You put the money out to acquire it, and then you get the money back through the resale of it. That's kind of the current thinking, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the way we have to go. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And Ms. Griffin, do you have anything else you want to add on to that?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Yeah, so I support looking at the options about the water access and also the price, and seeing how we can preserve this property. I think it will also be another step forward to really trying to work on the historic district in terms of appearance and preserving the history down there for it to be a historic district. And then, you know, if the option is not to keep it and to sell it, is like Mr. Ward just shared, I support that as well. But I definitely think we should look at trying to preserve it any way we can. Thank you for that. Councilor Randolph has her hand raised next for a second round, and then I see Councilor Denton and Parton. Councilor Randolph.
Thank you. Let me just say that I live a block down from this. So more than anybody on council, I have the desire to see this house saved and renovated. But I have to put my personal feelings aside. What I'm saying is I cannot condone the city turning into a flipper for $195,000 for a house that we don't know is going to sell. Now, this lady who sells niche houses says that it has good marketability, but she says directly in her report that, you know, she doesn't feel that the 195,000, from what I read, she said it appraised at in December 2019 at 195. Since then, the house has continued to deteriorate, having been vacant for the last 15 years. It is uninhabitable, requires immediate repair, yada, yada, yada. I mean, her report goes on. I am very thankful for her report, but I see nowhere in here, unless I'm missing it, that she said what she thought it would be marketable under. Now, Mr. Ward or Miss Griffin, did I miss something, or did she say that something different about how much it would be marketable for without the repairs?
Councilor Randolph, this is Chris
Yep.
again.
Yeah.
She did not give us a her opinion as to what the house was actually worth. But if you do look at her final statement in her report,
right,
it's, I believe it's in italics. It's on the very it stands alone on its own last page.
An expedited sale to a qualified cash buyer who is more than willing to abide by any reasonable preservation requirements. Virginia Properties can provide a letter of intent. Well,
Correct.
yeah,
So
but that's still
by
doesn't
that,
give us.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that statement is, she's referring to a specific individual who she has identified that is interested in that house and is interested in paying that price. The number that we keep talking about, the 195 or something around that number. I told her at this time that I thought a letter of intent was premature, but if that would give council some level of comfort in terms of the ability to resell the property, she is willing to furnish that letter.
Well, yeah, I can't condone $195,000 of the city's money when we're tight on a budget. We already have another house that the city purchased for much less, that we've got historical renovations and thoughts and potential grant process to go through on that. With the house on the house that we bought, or council agreed to purchase, and we did last year or the year before. I just don't want to get into another position, as much as I'd like a single family renovation to be done with that house and for it to be a viable tax on the tax rolls. I just can't condone almost $200,000 going to a purchase of a house without a letter of intent. You bring me that letter of intent with that person saying that they know exactly what's entailed with the property and the condition of the home, and I won't have any problems at all. That's why I brought up the cost is the biggest issue for me, because we have to outlay that money first. And And council has to look at how we're spending our money almost continuously right now. Weren't we just told by the city treasurer that, we needed to be careful in any unnecessary spending? And yet we're condoning a house that's got major repairs to be due. I mean, I want development to have somebody to work on different aspects of programs that, you all are looking at, and we haven't been able to get that done because you're short of staff. So I'm just concerned. Believe me, I want that house to be renovated, and I agree with everybody's statements that it is something that we need to do, but I just can't do it unless we lower the purchase price, or you bring me somebody that has a letter of intent saying, yeah, I know what it entails, and I will work that out with you. Because right now, I don't believe that the city needs to be spending almost $200,000 to flip a house. I'm sorry, I'm being very financial right now and looking at, all the things that we need to do. But if you can do that, or you can get the house cost down from the Park Service, then I think, we certainly can consider that. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And we share your concerns. I will work on getting that letter of intent, and I'll also continue conversations with the Park Service. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on the feedback from all the council that spoke, there seems to be an interest in exploring trying to procure the property. So we had a recommendation from Councilor Denton to talk to Historic Hopewell. There's been recommendations for multiple council members to look at trying to see if the price can be reduced. There's been other comments regarding water access, and then Councilor Randolph asked to see if we can acquire a letter of intent. With everyone's feedback being taken into consideration, I think the majority wants to do something with trying to secure the property. So can staff do additional research to figure out what other options may be available? So when we come back in January, we can address how to proceed. And then for those of us who do want to look at trying to purchase the property, we have options. And for those who are hesitant about trying to make a purchase, they have additional information. Ms. Griffin, does that seem fair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on with the next item. And yes, please meet with the National Park Service as well. UB3, Reverend Dr. Curtis Harris, Senior Monument Project. Mr. Bragg, you alluded to this in your remarks, or Councilor Denton did. So Mr. Bragg, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, and members of City Council. On behalf of Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Foundation, Inc., and in concert with Mr. Paul D. Pasquale Sculpture, I am pleased to come before Council seeking approval for the placement of a monument in Ashford Civic Plaza for the late Reverend Dr. Curtis West Harris Sr. This is the second phase of the monument project. I last appeared before Council on behalf of the foundation back in January of 2018. And I want to thank Council for its support and approval for phase one of the Reverend Dr. Curtis W. Harris Monument Project. This process has taken a little longer than expected for a couple of reasons. One, Mr. Paul D. Pasquale had a very bad accident, and he was hurt with several broken bones for several months. And secondly, more recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. However, I want to acknowledge Mr. D. Pasquale, who is on Zoom with us this evening, to answer any technical question Council may have. The monument project will look very similar to Dr. King's monument currently on display in Ashford Civic Plaza. Therefore, I respectfully request Council approval of the site recommended by Mr. D. Pasquale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bragg. And do you, is Mr. Pasquale want to provide some remarks, or do you want me to scroll to a certain page in the packet?
Yeah, I would like to give Mr. Pasquale an opportunity to speak if he has some comments.
Yes. Sir, you have the floor.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Before you are pictures of the site of Ashford Plaza, and it marks one site. You can see the yellow arrow pointing to that site, and in the background, you can see the monument to Dr. King. Of course, as you all know, that monument was placed under the direction, or at least the funding, and I worked directly with Reverend Harris in the placement of that monument. So I was asked by the committee what would be the best place for a tribute to Reverend Harris, and I suggested that spot. It's in sight lines, as you can see, with Main Street, the municipal building, and City Hall in Ashford Plaza. If you could scroll, please, to the other picture. Let's see if it. That's it. So that's looking, and I apologize, I didn't pull up these same pictures on my computer. So I sent these to Mr. Bragg, but so I think it's pretty clear where that would go. The memorial would be consistent with the presentation of Dr. King. It would have a similar stone base and, of course, be a bronze bust. The foundation would be to code, similar to the one that was dug and supports the King statue. I think at the bottom, if you continue to scroll at the bottom of that document, there's a picture of this coming up as the site plan for that proposed site. And then below that, and you can see the notes there as well. And then below that is our pictures of the King Monument, both in process as well as completed. Regarding maintenance, the bronze and granite needs no yearly maintenance. Occasionally, it's necessary to clean the monument, which can be done with basically a car wax or cleaner. And to date, I've been occasionally, that would be every several years, coming into Hopewell and cleaning the King Monument out of respect for the city's choosing to honor Dr. King for his historic visit. So I guess it seems like it would be clear this monument, this tribute to Reverend Harris would be similar, much like is done throughout the world, really, but in Europe, it's common to find parks with bronze busts in tribute to city and country, I guess heroes is the appropriate word. So if I'm here tonight to answer any questions that you might have about either the process or the and the production or the finished product of the sculpture.
Thank you, Mr. Bragg. Do you have any other remarks before we open the floor?
No, I was only add that Mr. Di Pasquale is very kind. He has done numerous projects such as Dr. Oliver Hill, the Neptune at Virginia Beach, I believe Arthur Ashe, just to name a few of his work. So he's a renowned sculptor known around the globe for his magnificent work, and we're really honored to have him partner with us on this project this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Parton.
I move that the city administration, or excuse me, I move that the city council approve the Reverend Dr. Curtis W. Harris Senior Monument Project in the Ashford Civic Plaza.
I'll second it.
All right, the motion's been made by Counselor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. It's before us for discussion. I do have a point of information or clarity. Council already approved the monument project. This is a request for the placement.
Correct.
So the motion should be clearer because we've already adopted the project and saying it could be in Ashford Plaza. I'll just defer to the city attorney, but I think this should be clear because we've already have a similar motion on file.
That's correct.
Well, I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the second phase of Reverend Dr. Curtis W. Harris Senior Monument Project in Ashford Civic Plaza, including the placement of that monument.
I'll second that one.
Okay, that was worded as a friendly amendment. So Councilor Parton, would you accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Bennett, clearly because you made it. Thank you for that. I think that provides the clarity that we need for the records and what's actually being done this evening. All right, so the motion's before us. Madam Clerk, do you have that friendly amendment documented?
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
All right. Any discussion? Councilor Parton, I'm not sure if that's your hand raised for when you want to make the motion.
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, well, there are no hands raised. So I'll just say, thank you, Mr. Bragg, for working on this project. It took a while to get to this point. I'm glad you stayed with it and we're able to move on to the final phase. I think this is a great way to close out your years of service because this is something that was really important to you. And thank you, Mr. DePasquale, for coming to join us this evening. I know it's 9 o'clock, but thank you for staying on the line and giving us additional information. And we look forward to seeing what the finished work looks like. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham. Sorry, she's not here. Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to regular business. R1, Hopewell Redevelopment and Housing Authority. Hopewell Heights, Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Gore, members of council, this evening in your agenda packet under R1 is a request for city council approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance of $10.5 million of bonds by Hopewell Redevelopment and Housing Authority to assist Hopewell Heights LP to finance the rehabilitation of the 150 unit Hopewell Heights apartment complex located at 4105 Old Iron Court. Staff is recommending approval of the request submitted by HRHA on behalf of ENV Hopewell Heights LP. We have Mr. McCoy here this evening, but we also have representing the applicant Michael Graff with Mike McGuire Woods and his team to answer any questions that council has regarding the resolution and the plans for the renovation rehabilitation of Hopewell Heights. Our city attorney has had an opportunity to review the resolution in your packet for council's approval. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I believe that she has spoken with our bond counsel regarding the resolution and has a level of comfort, but I will again, Ms. Robinson, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. That is all I have. Again, you have Mr. Graff and his team here to answer any questions of council regarding the specifics of the project, and also Mr. McCoy, the Housing Authority, to discuss their action. I know that their commission approved the certification at their October meeting So with that, I will end my comments and turn it over to either Mr. McCoy or Mr. Graff.
Mr. McCoy, would you like me to continue or?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is Mr. McCoy, and I think it'd be appropriate for Mr. Graff to lead in on this.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy, and I appreciate your help and Mr. Altman's help in getting us to the council this evening. And as Mr. Altman said, my name is Mike Graff. I'm a bond lawyer with McGuire Woods, and I'm working with Involve on this acquisition and rehabilitation of affordable apartments at Hopewell Heights Apartments. Their acquisition and rehabilitation of the apartments will be financed with tax credit equity under the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program. And one of the conditions to them accessing that tax credit equity under tax law is that 50% of the costs of the acquisition and rehabilitation need to be financed with tax exempt revenue bonds. The Hopewell Redevelopment and Housing Authority is authorized under the Housing Authority's law and is the correct issuer of those revenue bonds under the federal tax law of tax exempt bonds. These bonds will be essentially a private financing payable only from the development entity and from revenues from the apartments. The Housing Authority's involvement is merely as a pass-through or a conduit, it's sort of a legal fiction that's required by the tax law. So there'll be no responsibility of the Housing Authority, no responsibility of the city under these revenue bonds. The Housing Authority and the city, throughout the bond documents, it'll be stated that they have no obligation with respect to the financing. They'll be indemnified by Involve, and Involve will cover all cost and expense of the Housing Authority and the city for the financing. And under the Housing Authority's law and the federal tax law, for these sorts of tax exempt bonds for affordable housing, there's a requirement that a public hearing be held. That public hearing was held by the Housing Authority. There's also a requirement that an elected body approve the issuance of the bonds, and under the Housing Authority's law and the tax code, the city council is the appropriate elected body to pass on this. So that's why this resolution is before you this evening. And again, happy to answer any questions that you may have about the resolution. Let me also introduce to you Mr. Tyson and Mr. Wood from Involve. They're working on the project, and they're available to answer any questions about the apartments rehabilitation if there are any questions. And again, happy to help with any legal questions that the counselors may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. McCoy, any other remarks? We open the floor up.
No other remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Robinson, did you have any remarks regarding the resolution since Mr. Altman kind of referenced it?
Well, I think, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Mr. Altman, the city manager, summarized my position succinctly. I have reviewed the resolution. The resolution clearly states many of the representations that were made by Mr. Graff as a just sort of diligence on my part. Since I'm not a bond attorney, I shot that resolution by our bond counsel, who indicated that it was customary for the types of bonds being issued and necessary for the tax exempt status. So I feel very comfortable representing to the council that they should approve that if they are in in accord with the transaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bennett and Councilor Parton.
Yes, I just wanted to say that this is great potential for Ward 7, and I am just amazed at and very excited to see the that there is going to be a renovation for Hopewell Heights, and I would just like to say thank you, and it's greatly appreciated. I would like to make a motion, but I see that Councilor Parton has his hand up, so I'll wait.
Oh, I'm just gonna make a motion. If you want to make it, that's fine.
Well, let's let Vice Mayor Bennett make the motion since it's in her ward. That would be nice. Vice Mayor Bennett, you want to make the motion?
So much. I would like to make the motion to approve the resolution authorizing the issuance of $10,500,000 by HRHA to assist Hopewell Heights LP Finance, the rehabilitation of the 150 unit Hopewell Heights apartment complex located at 4105 Old Iron Court.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Bennett, seconded by Councilor Parton. Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's now before council. Does anyone have any discussion or questions before we do roll call with our guests on the line? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you all for your time for this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for joining us, sir. Moving on to R2 subdivision of 118 Dinwiddie Avenue. Mr. Altman and most likely Ms. Griffin.
Absolutely. Madam Mayor, members of council, you have a request this evening under regular business to subdivide the property located at 1811 Dinwiddie Avenue. Subparcel number is 119-03-2020. The city received the request to subdivide the property. And at this point, I'll allow Mrs. Griffin. The matter has been before the Planning Commission to discuss the specifics of the rezoning request and Planning Commission action.
Good evening once again.
Thank you,
Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
Griffin. I'm sorry, Ms. Griffin, can you hold on 1 second? Councilor Denton, did you have your point of order, point of information?
Not yet, just,
You're just waiting?
I'm just waiting.
Okay, got you. All right, so I want to make sure you didn't have something urgent. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Griffin.
Yes, good evening once again. As Mr. Altman has alluded to, this property is located at 1811 Dinwiddie Avenue, parcel number 119-0320. It is zone R2. In the R2 district, you must have 7,500 square feet in order to subdivide and at least 75 feet of frontage at the right-of-way line. The total property acreage is 2.36 acres. They are asking to subdivide this one property into 2 lots. Each lot will be 1.180 acres. They have plenty of square footage, plenty of road frontage. For this reason, the Planning Commission at their November meeting recommended approval of the subdivision. And you should have the plat also in this packet that shows the work that the Timmons Group have done. This has been reviewed by the city engineer, has been reviewed by real estate, and there are no issues with the plat. And Ms. Tara Jones, and I also believe Jay Jones are on the line. If you have any questions for them, it is my understanding that they will be building 2 single-family detached homes on the property. That is all for the staff report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Griffin. I'll just put the image of the property on the screen, and then I'll adjust if somebody has a specific page to go to. Okay, Counselor Denton.
Okay. I just want to, since we're doing this virtually, I would like to say I do have a relationship with James R. Jones Builder, Ms. Tara Jones and Mr. Jay Jones as a realtor. And I have talked to our city attorney, and there is no personal interest in this transaction, which permits me to be able to vote on this tonight.
Thank you for saying that for the record. We'll annotate it. Thank you. Any other comments? Counselor Denton, did you have anything else? Was that what just, that was it?
That will take care of it. And
okay. Vice Mayor Bennett, then Counselor Parton.
I could wait for Counselor Parton. I was just going to make the motion.
That's all I was gonna do. Go for it.
Oh, we're racing to the finish tonight, aren't we?
That's why I'm trying to mix it up, because he keeps having his hand like raised already. So I figured he's trying to just make all the motions tonight. So I'm trying to mix it up to make sure people can ask questions. But it seems like between the two of you want to do the motion. So whoever wants to make it, go ahead.
Dinwiddie Avenue, it's, you know, a street next over to my home, and it is in Ward 7. And with the new renovations, there's you know, new homes and being renovated and built, and there's so many great things happening in Ward 7 right now. I am for this, and so I would just go ahead and make the motion and just say that I make the motion to approve to subdivide a parcel of land between 1811 Dinwiddie Avenue and the Hopewell subdivision ordinance. As
okay, so
by the Planning Commission. I'm sorry.
You want to start? You want to restate it?
I'm looking at 3 different things. I'm so sorry. I wrote it down.
All right, this is start from the beginning. What's the motion so we can capture it correctly?
To approve the subdivision of the property located at 1811 Dinwiddie Avenue, subparcel number 119-0320.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Vice Mayor Bennett, seconded by Counselor Parton. Does anyone have any comments for discussion? Counselor Parton?
No, I didn't get a chance to lower my hand.
All right. He's waiting for the next thing to make a motion on.
Sorry. All right. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to, and thank you for our guests on the line. Have a good night. Moving on to our 3 M&T ordinance to amend Chapter 34 of the City Code. Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. The request this evening from staff is to amend Chapter 34, Taxation, Article 3, Section 34-30 of the City Code pertaining to the rebate of machinery and tools tax for certain businesses located in the enterprise zone. The request is, this is the ordinance provision is essentially sunsetting this year, and we are requesting that the language be amended, or has sunsetted this year. We're requesting that the language be amended to extend through December 31st of 2025. I'll let Mrs. Griffin go through the particulars of what's been done in the past. I believe y'all have done this before. And if Mr. Dane has any comments regarding the value of this to our economic development efforts with our businesses and our enterprise zone, please feel free to chime in.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. I would just say that the most recent two cases to point to are the two major expansions we had in industry in the last couple of years. And a third one that's been approved by council that is coming in the near future, we still hope, and that's the latest one at Ashland. But Ashland Chemical did a major expansion a couple of years ago. Advan 6 is in the midst of a major expansion now. They're almost done, $163 million expansion. And none of those would have happened had it not been for the incentivization of the M&T rebates and all, not just with this rebate program, but also with the additional incentives we worked out on these deals to make sure that those expansions happen here rather than at another facility. And so it is critical. And I would also say that in recent conversations with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, M&T is still a sore spot for Virginia because when businesses are looking for a place to locate or expand, they start looking at tax base immediately, and the M&T causes an upfront cost that concerns them. But VEDP recognizes the fact that we have found a way to make that work. And as recently as just a week or two ago, the president of VEDP basically offered us a place at the table when they do discuss this in the coming months or year. They do hope to get back to this discussion on how we make Virginia more competitive from the very onset. And they know that we have found a way to do that. And so these incentives are critical to the major expansions that we've been able to get. And also, as other land becomes available, we have 2 parcels that we're working on currently. We have another one coming in the fold right now, the Green Plains site. And who knows with Davisville one day, hopefully we have yet another site. But those sites, to recruit business to there, the incentives that these programs like this provide are critical in helping those businesses make decision on picking Hopewell rather than some other location. So I encourage you to move forward with this and renew this.
Thank you, Mr. Dane. And I think Mr. Altman stated that Ms. Griffin might have some comments as well to go over.
Yes, very briefly. The only comment that I have is just a note provided by the city attorney that we would actually waive the second reading required by Chapter 4.8 of the Hopewell City Charter for the enactment of this amendment is hereby dispensed, and this ordinance shall take effect on January 1st, 2021. So I just wanted to have the council be mindful of that. Outside of that, I have nothing to add.
Okay, so whoever makes the motion, please remember to add that terminology to your language. Is there any questions regarding the presentation? I do have a question before I call on Councilor Parton. I think he's going to make the motion. Mr. Dane, and I'm not trying to get off topic, but I was contacted by a resident regarding one of the major industries is supposedly, I need to get confirmation, planning layoffs. And I think this is a industry that we did this with and then also help support with their expansion. Are you familiar with any industry potentially planning mass layoffs?
No, ma'am, we have not heard that at all. I would tell you that the incentives that we provided, I believe all of the 3 that I just mentioned had caveats in there regarding maintaining employment levels and so forth. So some of their incentives would go away if they drop below certain levels. So I will check into that. I will check with our industrial partners and see, but we have heard no inkling of that at all. In fact, with the expansions they've done and all, they seem to be thriving. So I would be surprised, but I will check it out.
Yeah, I'll send you the message that I received, and I'm fairly certain we helped this industry out, but I don't want to say it here, but I'm just wanting to make sure that one, there was protections in there in case we continue this, and then that we do have protections that people have they just can't do mass layoffs. So thank you for answering that question.
No problem.
And I want to state it publicly for those who are talking about it, because I received more than one message. So for the citizens that are listening, we will check into that and see what we can do to get more information and possibly assist if we can. Ms. Griffin, for the sake of easing this along, I just got a message to confirm the verbiage that needs to be in the motion. So would you like to try to help state the motion for members of council, and if someone likes to support it, then they can say so moved, and that way we have it clear for the record.
Wow, no pressure.
Not at all.
The motion is, the language is actually at the very bottom of the ordinance.
Yes, it's in red at the bottom of the
So,
ordinance.
I would probably say if a motion was made to approve the ordinance as presented and included that language, that would probably cover what we're trying to do.
All right, Council Park. So just read the screen when you make your motion.
All right. I move to approve the extension of the M&T rebate program through December 31st, 2025. Be it further ordained that the second reading required by Chapter 6, Section 8 of the Hopewell City Charter for the enactment of this amendment is hereby dispensed, and this ordinance shall take effect on January 1, 2021.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Randolph. Motion's been made by Councilor Parton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. It's now before council for discussion. Councilor Parton.
No, I was writing something down. I didn't lower my hand.
Okay. There's no discussion. Roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Moving on to R4 Colonial Corner update, Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, members of council. There was a request for an update on where we stand with the proposed demolition of Colonial Corner Shopping Center at 4100 Oaklawn Boulevard. This has been a topic of discussion for quite a while for council. On the line this evening are Ms. Griffin and Chief Hunter to discuss the status of the demo project.
Good evening. I believe this is my last presentation for the evening. So I do have Mr. Hunter, Chief Hunter is on the line, and we went over this information along with the building official. Back in August of last year, City Council approved the demolition of this property. Over the time, we have seen the property to continue to be used by squatters and trespassers. This past year, we did have the property owner to board the building, and we are coming back to you to request that we are able to move forward with the demolition of Colonial Corner. We are now back in the season where Chief Hunter feels that it would be fit to burn the building. We would have to go back and get quotes. We provided you in the report tonight, the quotes from last year. We don't feel they would be too much off from what you see in front of you, but we would have to go back and get additional quotes for the removal of the asbestos and the removal of any debris that is on the property. So this first quote is the removal of the burned debris at $60,000. And then the next page you'll see is the quote for the removal of asbestos, which I believe is around $39,000. And I will have Mr. Chief Hunter to add anything that he would like to add.
The only real thing I had is, the discussions, got into it with the warmer part of the year. I'm looking to burn in January or February where it's cooler. I mean, if you think about it, it makes more sense if the nearby property is 30 degrees versus 80 degrees. I have less chance of doing any damage, and it's it's different from the fire department's perspective. We're not used to intentionally burning things. We're used to trying to put them out, but we also know how to control them when we do. And that's our intention. But with colder weather, it's much better for me. And that's when I'm capable of burning and feeling confident in the burn.
Thank you. Any other comments from staff?
The last thing, in speaking with Attorney Robinson, we have discussed just if you all were willing to move forward, how that motion would be shaped. And I'm going to lean on her tonight in order to provide that to you all, if you so choose to move forward.
Thank you very much. We'll hold that until it's time for the motion, but thank you for helping. I do have one question for Mr. Dane. Over the weekend, I sent you pictures, you and Mr. Altman, pictures from a citizen that contacted me regarding concerns that there was like theft and vandalism to the property. It's not the first time, but this one was recent. Did you ever get an answer on if that was the actual property owner taking stuff out of the building?
I'm sorry, I had trouble unmuting. I have left a message for the Shaws to call me. I have not heard back. I hope to hear from them tomorrow.
Okay, so I've received several messages regarding concerns that the building was being entered and stuff was being removed, or either people were staying there and doing stuff inside. So it's not the first one. I just want to reiterate, we got to do something with the building because it is really becoming a hazard. No one falling apart on the inside. So,
and Mr. Altman also referred it to Chief Absol to have the PD keep an eye on it as well. So, but hopefully I'll get an answer from the Shaws and know something before the week's up.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Bennett and then Councilor Randolph.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to the fire department, city manager, development and planning, and Chief Hunter as well. Everyone has come together to this issue with Colonial Corner precedes my time on council, and my councilors before me, Mayor Shornack, she also had brought this to the table before. So I just wanted to say thank you to Ward 7 councilors before me. Thank you to the staff who have put time and effort, because this is a long time coming. And I'll just leave the floor to Councilor Randolph.
Thank you. I agree. I too sent information and pictures of the ladders and the doors and everything that had been broken into. I think a lot of us did. This property is a hazard. I think all of us agree with that. And it is time for it to come down. We've said it many times that we were going to do it. I would rather spend the city's money here and get rid of this and have potential for new development to come to this site and a new tax base and a new opportunity for the citizens than what's sitting there and has been sitting there much too long. Thank you to development and to Chief Hunter. I look forward to the big bonfire in January or February. And please give us enough notice so that we can let the citizens know so that they won't see a lot of smoke and worry that something important is on fire. But absolutely, this needs to come down and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anyone like to entertain a motion?
Councilor Bennett.
I'll go ahead. I would like to make the motion to, I'm sorry, before I make the motion, it was Director Griffin. She stated that she wanted the city attorney to frame the motion.
Yeah, there are some recommendations on how it can be framed, but I'll pivot there. But Mr. Altman has his hand raised. I don't know if he has something he needs to interject before the motion's made.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Griffin did indicate that we needed to update the cost estimates. So I think what we would do, we had thought about doing was updating our cost estimates, bringing those back to you in your first meeting in January for formal action to allow us to move forward and appropriate the funds to make the demolition happen. So I'd like to get those cost estimates updated so we know how much money we're actually going to be talking about. I don't want to frame something tonight and then have to come back to you with a request for additional funds should those cost estimates go up, if that's okay with council. We did want to make sure that council was still, which we thought you probably were, still ready and willing to move forward with the project. And when we do, we're going to need to make sure that when we address the issue that we discuss that the building would be demolished via fire through the Hopewell Fire Department within a controlled burn. So if that is okay with council, we'd like to bring those estimates back to you in January with the request to fund the project.
All right. Vice Mayor Bennett, you still have the floor.
Okay, so I would like to make the motion to allow staff to bring back the estimates and plans in the next January meeting.
So you want to reschedule this topic for the first meeting in January for a decision?
This is
first regular meeting in January?
This is what I'm hearing from, am I correct, Ms. March?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, so I'll just word it so it matches what we did earlier. Vice Mayor Bennett is making a motion to reschedule this item to bring it back at the first regular city council meeting for action.
So moved.
Thank
Second.
you. All right, motion's been made by Vice Mayor Bennett, seconded by Councilor Randolph. It's now before council for discussion.
Madam Mayor, can I say one thing? I just heard back by text from Bobby Shaw, Mr. Shaw's son. It is unauthorized. It's not their activity. They're going to check it out tomorrow. They've asked for the police to keep an eye on it, which they already are, but they're going to check it out tomorrow.
All right, thank you for that. And I'll follow up with those who sent me those messages. Appreciate it. Mr. Altman, I do have a question regarding this. Where are we thinking about pulling the funds now this time for this expense? We're looking at, if the estimates are similar, $100,000.
Mm-hmm. So we have a couple of options. Contingency would be an option, but we could also look at our undesignated fund balance, which when we addressed and utilized funds from that, we did that for the sinkhole work over behind the church. I think at that time we had roughly $6 million in the undesignated fund balance at that point in time. So that would be an option for us to look at. That's one of the things that we'll want to update those cost estimates and then look at where we can draw these funds from. And there may be a combination of areas that we can take the money and pool it to make it happen, so we're not hitting one fund specifically.
Okay, thank you. Did you have another comment? Your hand was still raised.
I never lowered it. Sorry.
All right, fine. Anybody else have any questions? All right, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Councilor Randolph?
Yes.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Councilor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes. All right, before we move on, I just want to state for the record, I received 2 messages in regards to a previous motion that was made by Councilor Parton. I think he misstated and said chapter 6 in the motion when it was meant to be chapter 4. We understood what he was attempting to say, but the record will reflect chapter 4. So it'll be correct because we know the intention. And I'm just saying this for the housing members who wanted to make sure that it was right on the record. Okay. Is there any questions regarding that?
Nope, works for me.
Okay. All right, moving on to, you're welcome. Moving on to the R5 CARES Act funds appropriation. Mr. Altman sent out an email to council in regards to where we are with the CARES Act funding. Mr. Altman, do you want to put that email on the screen for everyone?
Or if you could put the, I guess the table up there. So, Madam Mayor, members of council, I did send out the memo, the email with the attached memo this afternoon in an attempt to get y'all the most up-to-date information as possible. And of course, as soon as I hit send, I had someone say, hey, we just submitted a PO. So it's ever changing as we move forward to get these funds expended. As you are aware, when Congress passed the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, better known as the CARES Act, it provided for funding to assist local and state, territorial, and tribal governments. Unfortunately for Hopewell, the beginning threshold to receive direct funds from the federal government was a population of 500,000, of which only one community in Virginia qualified, and I believe that was Fairfax. Fortunately, Governor Northam recognized the impact that COVID-19 was having on all the local governments in Virginia and decided to distribute some of the funds that the state received to local governments on a population basis. So the city received a total of $3,931,136 in the coronavirus relief funds. And those funds are to be expended by December 30th. We have a great number of projects that we've undertaken, and staff is certainly working very diligently to utilize all of those funds to benefit the community and to address some operational issues that have arisen within our organization as a result of COVID-19. Some examples of those programs that we've put forward is the Small Business Recovery Program. We have some rent, mortgage, and utility assistance program, a homeless assistance program. We've undertaken additional COVID-19 testing when the health department hasn't been able to provide the level of testing that council desired in the city. We've conducted PPE distribution, and we're doing our second round of that this week, and I believe we started today with doing that. Again, we're not going door to door this time, but we are doing drop locations for drive-ups. And those are just a few of the things that we've utilized our funds for since receiving them, and moving forward. I will say that I've reached out a couple of times here recently to Senator Warner's office to see with the new proposed bill, that the bipartisan bill that's being discussed in Congress now, if there was any discussion of extending the deadline for the expenditure of the existing CARES Act funds beyond the 30th. I received a response today, but unfortunately the response didn't address my question regarding the extension of the deadline beyond the 30th. However, we did receive an email this morning from the state and a memo from Aubrey Lane, who's the Secretary of Finance for the Commonwealth. And in there, it's referenced that the governor wants to provide local governments flexibility to pay as many qualifying expenses as possible before having to return any of the unspent balance. So therefore, he's going to allow local governments to continue to pay qualifying expenses until January 15th of 2021. At that point in time, any funds that aren't expended would have to be returned to the state no later than January 22nd, 2021. For us, what we understand is we'll be able to continue to pay bills. We may have to cut off entrance into programs And those people that are in the program at that point in time, by the end of the year, we can pay, but we're not going to be able to probably run programs the entire time through January 15th. I would like to just thank staff for all of their efforts to get this money out the door, if you will. It's no small task to get it done. And even with everything that we've done, we're anticipating at this point somewhere between $300,000 to $500,000 that may go unspent just because of the timing and the need to the short amount of time we have now. So you have a copy of what we've expended funds on in the community, and the result on this particular table where we show about $300,000 remaining, some of which is accounted for in the committed column. So we know that some of these funds may not go out as quickly as we think as we get closer to December 30th. And that's why I mentioned 300 to 500, because we may not be able to get all of it done as quickly as we hope we can, but we are certainly going to try, because I don't want to send any money back to the state that we don't have to. So as a result of that, we've got a couple of proposals on how we could address some of the use of the leftover funding. One of which that we've been approached with, and some communities in our area, Prince George, Petersburg, Colonial Heights, are looking and have done hazard pay for public safety officials that are engaged in trying through their jobs, addressing COVID-19 issues or patients or individuals that they come in contact with from the police side or the sheriff's office side with transporting those individuals. So one of the proposals for your consideration would be to offer the public safety employees a one-time hazard pay payment of $1,000. Other communities have been doing it for quite a while, and they've been doing it not a lump sum payment. Petersburg is looking, and I think they're going to be taking something to their council very soon on a lump sum payment. So that's the proposal. When we looked at it, we would have about 153 employees that we feel are eligible for the hazard pay. That would be 64 individuals in the police department, lieutenants and below, so lieutenants, sergeants, and field officers. None of the administrative staff in the chief's office would be eligible. In fire, we're looking at 66 employees. Those would include the battalion chiefs, captains, the firefighters, medics, and our part-time emergency management coordinator. And in the sheriff's office, we have 23 deputies that would be eligible. And if you were to move forward with the proposal at $1,000, that would be a cost of $153,000 that we would then charge to the coronavirus relief fund budget that we have, dropping that obligation. The second item for consideration for utilization of the funds would be the cost recovery of public safety salaries, which is permitted under the guidance of the CARES Act. And here we would ask that you consider allowing staff to recover up to 15% of public safety salaries for the period from March 2020 through June 2020 in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. If we were to utilize all 15%, that would allow us to capture $518,470.50 to recover. My feeling is if we move forward with particularly this option, the up to 15% would allow us to capture whatever may be remaining in those funds that we haven't spent, and then we could utilize those. That would ultimately drop to our bottom line at the end of the year to offset some of those costs that we've incurred, but it would be a drop to our bottom line when it came to closing out the books, which would certainly benefit us and is an eligible expense for us to move forward with. One item not really related to the proposal for the reallocation of funds is we did receive notice that Hopewell water renewal, the governor put out an opportunity for they did a COVID-19 municipal utility relief program to assist customers. Hopewell water renewal inquired, and we found out yesterday that we will be receiving $797,033.44 to assist Hopewell water renewal customer relief for all eligible customers in the Hopewell water renewal. But unfortunately, again, here, looking at the same December 30 deadline. So we've got 23 days roughly, that's calendar days, not actual work days, to try to make this happen. We will be putting some information out on the web on Friday, a form for people to fill out. Unfortunately, with this program, it isn't just us applying it to the amount owed to the city from customers and just washing out part of that debt. We actually have to have the resident or the customer request the relief. So we're going to do a blitz on social media, a press release, everything Friday once we got the application up on the web, to try to get as many residents as possible to contact us and request the relief so we can provide them the forgiveness on their sewer bill. So as we know, our bill has 3 items on it: trash, stormwater, and sewer. It would only apply to the sewer bill. So if we have a resident who is delinquent in the other 2 items on that bill, stormwater and trash, they still need to contact Ms. Griffin to get assistance through the utility assistance program. But that we did find that out yesterday, and so we're starting to work a little bit in overdrive to make that happen. I got some questions from counselors through the process over the week since our last meeting regarding what we could and couldn't use the money for. And the one question that came up the most was, can you provide a bonus to employees? The guidance that we have from Department of Treasury indicates we can't provide an employee bonus. We can't even do across the board, just an across the board hazard pay to everyone, because the hazard pay piece is limited to those individuals where their job is really looking at and dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID-19. So not everybody in the city's job is doing that. That's why we've identified the public safety officers as those that are the most involved with it. I also had questions regarding, could we give money to some of these remaining funds to nonprofits or set up a program for nonprofits similar to what we did for small businesses? We could, but I think given the time frame that we have left, it would be very difficult, as we're about to experience with the utility money that we just received, to get that money out the door and have the nonprofit expend those funds by the 30th. So that's why we looked at particularly the second item on the cost recovery, which allows us to capture as much of that money as possible to the city and have it fall to our bottom line as a recovery of those salaries. That's what I have as a brief presentation. I know council may have some questions or some thoughts on how to move forward, and I'm happy to discuss and entertain any of those questions as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. I will save my questions until after council, but I do have a point of clarification, 2 points, so I can make sure I track the conversation correctly. I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking. Early at the beginning of the presentation, you said 300 to 500 is the amount of money you're guesstimating we could possibly return. Is it 300 or is it 500?
It's between $300,000 and $500,000. On the sheet, it's the second page. We've got down to where it's about 305,000 remaining funds, but we've got dollars in this committed column that haven't been spent yet. And the reality is we may not be able to expend all of those by the end of the calendar year, but the intent is to expend them. And let's just use the rent, mortgage, and assistance program, for example. we may not be able to get all that money out of the door because we don't have enough people that contact us. So as opposed to just saying, hey guys, we need to find a way to reallocate the 305,000 and then have to come back again, my thought is we need to figure out a way to cover any type of overage or unexpended funds that we may have, regardless of what that amount is. That's why, for me, even if you entertain and move forward with the hazard pay item, I would strongly suggest that we look at that recovery, because if we do up to the 15%, which doesn't mean it will be 15%, that'll allow us to capture any amount that isn't unused and help fall to our bottom line. But I think realistically, and this is why I say there's a delta there, that we're going to run into some things that may not be able to get out the door as quickly as we want. Obviously, we're going to try to do that, and we want to help as many people as possible. But I think realistically, we may be faced with that.
Okay, I'll save the rest of my questions until after Council S wanted clarity. Councilor Parton and Councilor Denton.
Per the recommendation for Mr. Altman, I'm going to make two motions, but I'm going to start out with the first one that's related to COVID. I move to.
Can we not have discussion first?
Well, it's supposed to be questions to the presentation. He can make a motion. We have discussion to his motion, but I would prefer if we continue to be able to ask questions regarding the presentation, so we're not limited to the motion.
Yeah.
Mine. Councilor Parton, are you okay with that? Because we can't stop you from making the motion, but would you be fine with just waiting until we can ask questions?
Sure, I'll wait.
Thank you. Councilor Denton, you have questions regarding the presentation?
Yes, my question is to the city manager. We're trying very hard here to spend the money by December the 30th. And I know you have sent emails to our senators and representatives requesting some information to extend that time. I am concerned as a counselor and as a citizen, what happens on December the 30th? We still got the winter months ahead of us. We're still going to need testing. A lot of these things are going to continue to, our small businesses are still going to need some help. Who do we look to? What is it? Anything we as a council can do to answer these questions as of December the 30th, midnight on December the 30th? I'm concerned.
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Denton, I think we all are concerned because we all realize that midnight on December 30th, COVID isn't going to disappear like a pumpkin. It's not going to turn back into a pumpkin and go away. And that's why the December 30th deadline and as an arbitrary number doesn't make any sense, because we know that we're going to need to continue to support our small businesses, continue to have that support for our residents, COVID testing, all of those things that we are continuing to do now. It does not make any sense for them just to stop on December 30th when we know that going through the winter months are probably going to be some of the most trying months that we have with regard to COVID-19 and its spread through the region and the community. So that's in part my question to both the senators was, can you tell me if there's any language in the proposed bill that addresses an extension? I would say that I probably got back an email today from both, and I did, that is more of a canned answer about the overall, what we're trying to do, but neither one of them, and I'm sure it was their staffs that sent the email, neither one of their staffs actually addressed the question that I asked, which was a little disheartening, I have to say, but that the reality that we're faced at the moment is that these funds will dry up on December 30th. And if a new bill, and I'm sure And I'm hopeful that the new bill will be passed before Congress leaves for the Christmas holiday, because it seems like a lot of forward momentum suddenly on this issue. And from what I understand, if there is still included in that bill, there's supposed to be direct funding for localities in that bill. We would have through the end of March, the 1st of April, to spend those funds if they're available, based on what I've seen and heard regarding the proposed bill. So those would be replacement funds. But I'm not sure. I saw something earlier today where the funding to state and local governments may be taken out of the bill or set aside with the passage of the bill for further discussion, which puts all of us and our citizens at risk. So I'm thankful that the governor will allow us to continue to pay bills through the 15th, but we really need to be able to sustain the programs. I mean, that's unfortunately the reality here is we will need to continue to have testing in January and February and March as we get closer to the vaccine becoming available to the general public, as opposed to those individuals that are targeted first, hospital, nursing home, and first responders, and those critical employees. So unfortunately, I don't really have a good answer for you, Ms. Denton, although we're trying to reach out and get some answers. Hopefully we will. And I know in a conference call that we had with Congressman McEachin's office with the congressman on the call, we expressed the same sentiment earlier in the fall, and he agreed with us. And it was a joint call with the County of Prince George, and they expressed similar concerns. So I know we're doing all we can to try to get the message out there. I'm not sure that where their focus is, it doesn't really seem to be on this deadline, which from my understanding wasn't just a date picked by Treasury. And if it was just an arbitrary date picked by Treasury, why can't we pick another arbitrary date? Because I would much rather talk to y'all about how we're going to do more of these programs into the new year than having to talk to y'all about ways to capture as much as that revenue to retain to the city and not send back to the state.
Well, do we know the neighboring jurisdictions? Have you talked to them? Are they doing anything any different to prepare for this that maybe we're not doing? Or
well, everybody's doing a little bit, different, but everybody's trying to find a way to utilize the funds as best as possible and retain as much of it as possible. And that's, for us, that's what we kind of, and I don't know if it's tunnel vision, but we honed in on that cost recovery piece as a very easy way to capture whatever dollar amount it may be to the bottom line of our, when we close out our books as a recovery. Because be able to say, and this is my opinion, to say we'll give X number of dollars to this, and this, but that won't account for if we don't spend all of our money, if we don't get all seven. Right now if we get all of our local businesses that apply for our small business assistant grant program, if we get all that money out the door, that'll be $730,000 that we've provided in assistance. But let's say that doesn't happen for one reason or another. We can't get it all out the door because a business hasn't paid its taxes or whatever. If we pinpoint where we want to give money to, then we have something come up on a different topic and we don't have a plan to how to capture that. That's what I'm concerned about. So that's why as we talked, we kind of honed in on this cost recovery piece for the salaries, because that allows us to capture whatever that may be up to 15%. And again, that 15% represents about $518,000. So I'm comfortable in that. If you would authorize us to capture up to 15%, whatever that percentage may be, we'll be able to capture whatever money we aren't able to spend So we're not having to send it back to the Commonwealth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Counselor Randolph.
Thank you. Mr. Altman, just because you just mentioned it, I'll start with that first. Is there any restriction on how we use the money for the 15% reimbursement? Are we restricted on how we spend that money?
No, ma'am. Once we get the recovery, we're not restricted on how it's spent. We have to the authorized utilization or from the guidance allows us as an eligible expense to capture those salaries. There isn't any language in the guidance that I have seen to date that restricts how you use it.
Okay. Second question, do we know whether Crater Health is going to continue with its testing that they've provided for us? And how are we planning on moving forward with testing after the first of the year?
If Crater Health's funding source is the same as ours, I don't think they're going to be able to continue to do that, but I don't know that the state may have other sources of funds to provide. I missed the call yesterday. We had a regional call with the health department to ask that question. I can certainly find out if they have plans to continue testing beyond December 30th. I hope they would, because it's not going to get better in the cold months. It's going to get worse. So, and we've continued to make plans, and that's part of our expenditures was to have items to be able to facilitate testing, continued testing in the cold winter months. So portable heaters for the area where we're doing the testing, maybe even having to look at, do we purchase a shelter for people to be in to keep them warm because if we're out in the cold doing testing, or even planning further along down the road when we have, because we're going to have to participate in the mass vaccination process. If it's cold outside and you have a line of cars and we're doing drive-up vaccinations, to do those same things. So I'm hopeful that the health department is going to be able to continue. Our source of funding to supplement their testing will be dried up on the 30th.
If we were to double our potential for testing, in the thought process that they were not going to continue their testing, would we be tied to that expenditure? I know that we can expend after the 30th, but if it doesn't, how strict is it if we say we're going to do it through testing? And do we have to make those payments and allow that to go through, or could we change after the fact? I guess is what I'm asking. It's a little difficult to understand, the deadline and what's allowed after the fact or not.
Right. There in the guidance, the letter that we received today, which said the governor was going to be flexible and allow us to pay our bills through the 15th. There was no guidance at all as to if we could continue to say engage in testing. I mean, when I looked at it, what I felt like he was saying, was you're going to be able to continue to pay qualifying expenses. So if that equates to, and we're going to try to reach out and get some guidance on this issue, since we all of us in the local government world just got hit with this today.
Yeah.
Does that mean does that quote unquote extend the December 30 deadline to January 15? When we do testing, we're getting billed by the third party company, and we're paying that bill.
Right.
So, those monies are out the door, and anything that we've bought to support testing, we've purchased or is on the way that we've had. So I think we've got to look at how we deal with and what we can and cannot do, not from a CARES Act perspective, this cost recovery money that we may be able to garner when this is all said and done? And can we reprogram some of that? And how can we do that? That may be a source. Again, I'm hopeful that the direct local government assistance will be part of the $908 billion bill that's being discussed right now in Congress. So that'll provide some additional assistance to us to continue some of these things into the future.
See, Ms. Robertson has her hand raised. I know she has something to add to the question.
Yes, Mayor Gore. This is more to the question that was raised by Councilor Randolph. Prior to the governor extending the period to the January date, what the local government attorneys were advising their localities is if there was a contract fully executed in place by that December 31st deadline, then payment could be made from those CARES funds after December 30th. But the contract needed to be in place by the deadline. So if you took that analysis and then extended that to that new January date, I would think the same would apply. If we have like contracting for testing, for a certain amount of testing in place, fully executed before that January 30th deadline, we would be able to utilize CARES funding to pay for those additional tests, even if they were actually given after the January date.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And March, Mr. Altman, do we have that contract in place for testing after the first of the year?
We've just been doing on a test by test basis, but we could do that. I think there's also some limitations on how far into the future we could spend those funds. I'm trying, for some reason, it seems to me that they were talking about that you could pay the bills on the qualifying expenditures maybe up to 90 days after. So we'd have to look into that. But we could, if testing was something we wanted to do, we don't have a contract for X amount of testing dates. We've just been using the company and infilling where the health department can't provide a test. Then we've contracted with them to do the test, let's just say this week when the health department can't be there. Although actually health department's on the 10th, I think next week, the third party's doing the testing for us, I believe next week. So we could look and say, do a contract for X number more testing dates.
Yep.
And that would carry us to some degree into the future.
Especially if the health department comes back tomorrow when you talk to them and they say that they're not going to be able to continue.
Mm-hmm.
I think council, it seems like what I've heard already, council believes that we're going to need to continue testing at least for a while. And I don't think you would get a huge argument out of most of us. And if we can contract that for future dates and expend that money, that's money, if we have it and can use it, we should.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. All right. I'll end there and give somebody else a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Robertson, you still have your hand raised. Is that from last time?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
Okay. So there are no other hands from council beside Council Partons. I think he is from the motion. I do have my questions that I alluded to earlier. So I do have a list. Councilor Randolph, I want to say thank you for bringing it up because that was actually on my list as well. If we have money to expend up to from 300 to 500,000, I don't see why we wouldn't look to see if we can do a contract out in advance and just pay for the test coming into the new year, especially if the health department if they're using the same funding to do testing, it just seems wise to do that. So I definitely support that. And that kind of leads to my next question that I had. And I think the city attorney pretty much already answered it, or maybe she can articulate clearer. So I spoke to Ms. Griffin briefly earlier. Right now, there's a lot of mental health issues that we know about. There's also financial services that people are in need of. Did we look at, and I didn't ask this question in advance, I was waiting on this information to see just how much money we really had to play with. Did we look at possibly contracting out with somebody who does, or a group that does services like that, and just pay for them to provide support to citizens that may call into the utility rent or mortgage assistance program to provide them with financial support. I know there might be reference to someone else, but I don't know if who they're referenced to is free, and if we can look at possibly garnering our own contract to see if we can provide mental health support and then financial support. And I know people might say we have District 19, but their categories are different in terms of when and who they can provide services for. So that's my first question.
So just to make sure I understood your question, your question is, can we contract with a third party to provide financial budgeting, I guess, help, and then with mental health? With Commonwealth Catholic Charities, who is our organization that's helping us now, we are providing that counseling if a applicant so chooses to go through it. We cannot, I thought we should make it a part of the requirement. However, through HUD, I know this money is not through HUD, but we wanted to make sure that we were following federal guidelines. We cannot attach the money and make them take these classes. So the classes are offered, the financial budgeting is provided if they so choose to take advantage of it.
So when you say classes, is this like a webinar base, or is it someone help, like a coach to sit down with?
It's a one-on-one, it's a one-on-one coach. I should say coaching instead of classes. It's a one-on-one coaching that is provided.
Then the mental health piece, okay. And the mental health piece, I think when we talked earlier, there wasn't anything that came to mind in terms of providing support for mental health.
No, there's nothing that we have now in place. Catholic Charities would not be the organization to do that. So we did not do that with this money. Are you thinking to do that in the time frame that we have left? Is that what you're
I was just asking, yeah, because if we can look at a group that can do a contract agreement and they provide services for X amount of time for whoever might need it. I'm just pitching something because I know District 19 isn't providing services to everybody. You have to really be in a crisis and fit certain criteria to receive that support. Looking at some reports nationwide and even in Virginia, obviously, cases of substance abuse, physical abuse have gone up due to isolation. And so again, this is just throwing something out there because I was waiting on this report to see in particular how much money we had, but I didn't know if that was something we was really looking at. I could talk offline with you about it or see the council has any comments. The other thing I had was, I know that our vaccination process is going to be going through the local health department, but is there anything locally that we need to purchase for vaccinations that we haven't purchased yet or thought about?
The biggest item that we're kind of wrestling with is knowing the time of year. And we'd love to have a high bay warehouse facility that we can run a line of cars through and keep people out of the weather. But I don't think at this point we can do that. We're looking at one of the things that we've done. So Crater Health District has talked to us and talked to all the communities about utilizing our EMS staff to do the vaccinations. But obviously that takes our EMS staff away from running calls, or we have to bring in overtime details to do that. So we've actually suggested that they contract a third party, someone like GenWorks, who's doing what we contract to do the testing, to come in and do the vaccinations. And that way that doesn't tie up local resources and they can get it done. But we are working forward and through with Ben Rupert as actually sits on the Crater Health District vaccination committee and is representing our interest along with others in the region to make sure that we can get that done. But I think we're working forward on purchasing the heaters for the area because we're doing a lot of our testing. So we're imagining we're doing a vaccination effort at the old bank in Cavalier Square, and the ability to kind of tent that area in and heat it for the staff that's working there because we're probably going to be doing vaccinations when it's cold, unfortunately. So we've looked at the space heaters, those gas propane space heaters that you would have. And I think we have what we need to move forward at this point in time, considering what we know at this point in time.
But if we look at the option of prepaying for tests, you can also look at looking at contracting out for them to do vaccinations too, right?
Well, we're not. So VHDA is the one that's going to do that. We're not going to have to pay for the vaccinations. They're just talking about utilizing our EMS staff.
No, I'm talking about to administer. You made the point of not tying up EMS and looking at the testing vendor. So I was saying, if we're looking at purchasing additional tests in advance, in that same conversation, could you not talk to him about administering vaccinations, since we know that might be an option, because we don't want to tap our EMS, to see if we can get a contract before this money is spent?
Well, we're not going to have to pay for the vaccination piece.
Right. I'm talking about the administering it.
Well, they're going to, the VHDA is going to administer the program. They just want.
Okay, so let me be clear, because unless I misunderstood you, you said that they're asking, VDH is asking for localities to consider using their EMF staff to administer the vaccination, correct?
They're requesting assistance from the local governments to utilize our staffs in doing the shot, actually administering the shot.
Correct. And so I thought you made a comment that you were possibly looking at the vendor that we use to testing to actually do the administering of the vaccination instead of using our staff. So we would have to pay them a fee for them to administer the vaccination. Am I correct?
We have suggested to Crater Health District that they contract, not us, they contract with the third party to do the vaccinations, as opposed to tying up our staff, that they do that.
Okay. So what happens if they don't do that? And then they say, we don't have the funds or resources to do it. We want you guys to do it.
Well, we're going to have a conversation about that.
Okay.
I don't know that. And if, looking at, and I agree with the attorney, you've got a contract in place, but I do recall there being a time frame like 90 days out, that beyond that, you couldn't make any payments. So I don't know at this point in time, beyond when we receive, because Virginia's supposed to get, I think, 480,000 doses, and those are going to be targeted to healthcare providers, hospitals, and long-term care facilities first. And I don't know if we know yet when we think we'll be hitting our area for vaccinations for the general public. Our first responders, police, fire, sheriff, and I think some public works and water renewal people will be able to be in line to get it. But we don't know as of yet when the vaccination will be rolling out to the general public. And I don't know that we'll be able to hold, we could be able
to. Might be too far in advance.
Right.
We still just need clarity on if it's really 90 days or where did that come from, so we can get clear guidance, because the testing option is still on the table too. Whether or not we look at the administering the vaccination, there is another option to still look at contracts. We do need to extend the meeting to finish this topic. Councilor Parton.
I move that we extend the meeting to complete R5 and to have closing comments by members of City Council.
I'll second that. Any discussion? I don't know if the hands raised were there. They were there before, so I'm assuming there's a discussion. Roll call.
Councilor Denton.
Your microphone is muted. Okay, proceed, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
No.
Councilor Randolph.
No.
Councilor Holloway.
I did not hear the motion.
Motion was to extend so we can finish this topic and talking about the CARES Act money, and then for council to have closing remarks.
No.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay.
All right, I'll make a
Motion
motion.
fails. So I still actually, you go ahead, Counselor Parton, because
I'll make a
I
motion
still,
just to extend the meeting to finish R5.
I'll second that. Is there any discussion? No. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Your microphone.
She's still on the call?
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
there. Her
I
name is
see
there.
Yeah.
Counselor Denton, you're still muted. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes, motion passes. Parton, Gore, Denton,
3-2.
Sowers is a yes. And then Holloway, right?
Yes.
4-2.
4-2. Unless Counselor Denton going once, going twice. All right. So it's been called. So I'll finish asking my questions. Thank you, Counselor Parton, and thank you, Counselor Holloway. All right, so you answered that question. So you're looking at other vaccination supplies in general, no matter what comes out, like the heaters and stuff, which is good. So did we ever follow up with Mr. Spicer in regards to support for daycare centers and childcare centers right now? Because since the schools are out, they're not going to be going back full time anytime soon. People still have to go to work and they're relying heavily on childcare centers. I know they can apply for the small business funding, but we have an opportunity with this extra funds to help them either retain some additional support that is educational or either supplies.
We haven't had any conversations about using the CARES funds to support local daycares beyond the small business recovery program. I know that there's a program out there for daycare support through the state health Department of Health and for individual support for daycare expenses, but we haven't had any conversations with Mr. Spicer about utilization of any of the CRF funds.
And I would note, Mr. Altman, that several of our daycares did receive the business recovery money. So several of them did get benefit from the funding.
Okay. The food pantry, I'll talk to you, Mr. Altman. The food pantry, if I read correctly, they announced that they're going to be closing, I think, December 14th or 15th until the beginning of the new year. Is that correct?
I did not see that announcement.
They posted on Facebook to give their volunteers a break.
That would make sense because I don't have a Facebook page. So
my concern is, what are we going to do about food access, because people heavily relied on the food pantry?
That's a very good question. I did not know they were closing because I didn't anticipate. Quite frankly, figured they would stay open through the Christmas holiday to make sure that families had meals through that time.
Yeah, I saw something like day before yesterday, saying they were closing temporarily. So you gotta look at that. There might be an opportunity to do something with more food funding support. Also, Mr. Dane, I see on here you have, I know we talked last time regarding the business marketing program. I see here you actually got numbers included. Last time it was just an idea that you were throwing out there. I see that you have information regarding magazine ad and then 2 TV ad support for small business, and then the marketing program. So this is in addition to the small business funds that we already have allocated.
We had the $1 million, 500,000 from each round of the CARES money. And with the way the business recovery money was going, the grants, we saw that we had opportunity to try to reach out a little further. So we did a couple of things. We we're doing a couple of commercials, 30-second commercials that are going to highlight some of our local restaurants, encouraging people to go out and eat in a safe environment or pick up and, do drive-through or pick up or whatever meals. We're doing a couple of ads in travel magazines promoting downtown Hopewell and the city of Hopewell. And also we took some of the funds, and with the marketing grant we have, or the marketing program we had 27 businesses apply to the marketing program, and they're all receiving counseling and development of a marketing plan over the course of the next few weeks. We included money to implement those plans. It works out to about $2,500 per business to implement, whether it's to buy some printed material or buy a radio ad or a billboard or whatever it is that, boosting Facebook or whatever the marketing plan says would be their best approach. We're providing some money to help do that, because if they didn't have money to even do a marketing plan, they obviously wouldn't have money to implement the plan. So we're trying to give them a little bit of seed money to start that implementation. So that all is part of the $1 million that that we had for businesses. We didn't take more money from the CARES. We're just using up that full $1 million.
All right, thank you. I got a couple more questions and I'm done. I really didn't talk on any other topics tonight. I really want to wait for this conversation. The other question I have 4 more. Is there a discussion about ramping up the PPE that we're given to citizens since we have more money, thinking about giving thermometers or grocery store bags? Like, I was looking at what other communities are doing and they're adding unique things into their kits. Do we look at trying to potentially order bulk so we can expand what we give out in the PPE supplies?
No, we didn't look at adding anything like a thermometer or anything like that. We sticking with our standard masks and hand sanitizer distribution, what we did with the first time.
Okay. Did Parks and Rec look at bringing back the program for seniors in regards to helping them with groceries and prescriptions? We did have that service to help with the drivers. I talked to you when this first broke out and there was concerns about having someone do it, but since things are opening up and they have appointments, where is that program at?
We did
appointments at the community center, like to go swimming and stuff. So
yeah, so we haven't opened back. We had that conversation about trying to do drivers or runs for groceries. Well, we didn't implement that, and we have not implemented that. One, because now that we've opened back up and we're trying to return to normal services, those staff that would be doing some of that are now back doing their normal functions. So we did not look at starting up a new program as we were returning back to our normal programming and our normal functions.
But isn't that program already
did talk about that.
Program? Yeah, isn't that the Silver Sneaker? What is it called? The program, they already had it before COVID.
We have a service where we pick where we would pick people up and drop them off at doctor's appointments or to take them to the grocery store. But the Silver Sneakers thing is like an exercise.
No. I might have had it wrong, but I'm talking about the program. You said you just described it, picking them up and dropping them off. So it'd be considered a new program if you just had someone do it without them riding with them. It'd be like different. Okay.
Yeah.
We actually talked about whether we should re-implement the pickup program that we have with the buses and vans. And there was just no safe way to do it without potentially exposing our most at-risk citizens with exposure to COVID. So we just felt it was best to not do that. They're better off having a family member or somebody take them individually.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking more like picking up the RX or groceries, not taking them places, but
well, we talked about that as well, but almost every drugstore in town, even the national chains, as part of COVID, started delivery programs, free delivery programs. Okay. So it wasn't necessary to do that.
Okay. Last one too is, do we look at, since we have all this leftover money, expanding our Wi-Fi program beyond where we are now with the current plans? That's a large chunk of money that we could also do to stretch further into the city.
So we didn't look at that. we've got the 400,000 in CARES funds to target downtown. And of course, we got the nearly $4 million from the state that'll cover the majority of the remainder of the community. And we're targeting those areas that are most in need and most stressed. Yeah, that would we could put some more money towards that to extend it. But we got a pretty good coverage with that additional funding that we received in the broadband grant.
And I would also add, Mr. Altman, that we're going to be really pressed to get all this installed within the legal time limits. And maybe if we make money available by doing what's the term, the payment of the salaries of public safety from March to whenever, if we did that and that money rolled to the bottom line, that may enable us to do something later in the year. But I don't know that we can do anything more than we already have committed before the deadlines. We're going to be really pressed to get this done. The IT is working around the clock almost trying to get this done, and I pitched in helping them and so forth. And it's a lot to do to get this money spent.
Yeah, and the only reason I was asking is because it's really rare when we really invest a lot into like IT, and it's the first time in first time we've ever gotten this close to actually doing something with public Wi-Fi. And that was something I was discussed when I first came on council. We just didn't have the willingness to invest in it with our own funds. And so that's why I asked that. So the last thing is crisis support. I mentioned before that there's organizations that provide crisis support for those who have lost their houses or lost their jobs. And pretty much you go there and you get the goods that you need if you need to start over. There's one really great facility called Mercy's Mall. I know that we donated to the City Point Restoration, go to the food pantry. But again, kind of to what Councilor Denton's comments were, at the end of December, if nothing else happens in terms of aid, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to find themselves in crisis and transition. And so again, if we have a large chunk of money that we're looking at donating, possibly we can give to crisis support areas that service Hopewell to make sure that they have resources as well. I'd like for you guys to consider that.
Was it Mercy's Mall?
Yep, Mercy's Mall. I can get you a list of some other places that service Hopewell. So, you know, if I lost my house and I got a new apartment based off of support from organizations that help give me like the fees to get a new apartment. And let's say I lost everything, I can go in there and get a bed, I can get a comforter, I can get a toaster, and it's all stuff that's donated. And so I've seen a lot of people use that. And I think it would be great if we could donate to organizations like that as well. I'll give you a list. I
have one too, Have a Heart. She's in Prince George.
Oh, thank you. Have a Heart. That'd be great. We can give to those groups because they're going to need it. And then lastly, on the line that you have for safe environment, I kept scrolling up and down, so I was really trying to get a handle of this Excel sheet. I see off of what was remaining 156 for safe environment, and looking at the other totals, they kind of make sense why we have that much money left over to contingency. I understand the other ones I get, but why is there such a huge amount of money left over in safe environment? And looking at what was on the list, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, you may have an instance where what we anticipated spending didn't cost what we thought it would, or we didn't ultimately say, and one of these was a PO that got submitted today. So that would have come out, and that's probably $50,000 to $60,000 that isn't accounted for in here with regards to some improvements here at City Hall. So that's not in here. That was submitted. So it's just a matter of what we anticipated we were going to spend, or the cost would be, and we either didn't get the ability to move forward with that one, or it didn't cost as much as we thought it would.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilor Randolph.
I know that Mr. Parton wants to make the motion, and I don't have any problems with that. But after this discussion, it appears to me that we have several things outside of the R5 reappropriation that we've asked for. Food pantry, I think, is important if that's closed. Vaccinations extending at least beyond the first of the year to the 90 days if possible. Mr. Dane has made a comment that he doesn't think that these things can get done or possibly won't get done due to the lack of time. But I have to feel that we've got to spend as much of this as we can, in the sense that, you know, I can't want to see, I don't want to see 300 to 500,000 have to be returned when we have so many people that do need help. If we could maybe split the motion, one for the appropriation that Mr. Altman was asking us for, and then to see if there are any particular pieces that we've talked about as potential that we could have them look into and potentially make a motion to allow that to go forward somehow separately, so that all the motions are not tied together. It's just
Mayor, can I ask Mr. Randolph's question real quick?
One moment. And Councilor Randolph, to your suggestion, don't forget, Council, and I was going to say this, thank you for reminding me. I made a note. We do have to meet for the clerk, like we said, in closed session, no matter what, in December. So we are going to be meeting again for that topic. If you wanted to, you have that meeting to bounce something off of. Just don't get out there. Sorry, Dane.
I mean,
Mr. Randolph, we can get it done. We just can't get it done by December 30th with all in relation to the expansion of Wi-Fi even further. But what I said was Mr. Altman's plan of being able to defer that money through salaries and dropping money to the bottom line gives you that same amount of money. We can spend all that money, whether it's on Wi-Fi or some other program. We can spend it beyond the deadline if we do Mr. Altman's plan. That's all I was saying. I
got you, Mr. Dane. I'm not trying to say that you were naysayer, but if we do a couple of contracts for food and vaccinations out 90 days, and we do the other stuff, we still get that same amount back. And we've spent even more to give the citizens more, is all I'm saying. I don't have any idea how hard it's going to be to do this, but we've been looking at this for months. And I think there's some good suggestions that have been brought up tonight. I just don't want to tie all of the motions together, so that it gives us some latitude. If council wants to certainly readdress this at a forthcoming meeting, that gives us the opportunity to. It gives the staff time to find out a few of the things that we've talked about in this long discussion, and just doesn't tie us down to just one thing if we don't need to be, is all I'm saying. So I would be in favor of having future discussions on a couple of things. And if council's willing to, before the end of the year. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Randolph. Mr. Altman or Mr. Dane, any other comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Councilor Creighton. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Dane, Mr. Altman.
No, ma'am. I just think if you're planning on having another meeting, then we can look into food and vaccinations. I've been in my mind thinking how we would do food with, and who we would do that with. But vaccinations, I've sent a text to Dr. Hart to ask if they're going to be doing vaccinations past the December 30th timeframe. I haven't heard back from him yet to see what's going to happen there. But I think, that's ultimately, and Mr. Dane's point, and why we put that cost recovery there, is it would allow us to recover anything that we have not yet spent, so we don't have to send it back to the state. We would recover it and it would drop to the bottom line, and then we'd have an opportunity to look at how we would spend that without a December 30 deadline attached to it.
And Mr. Altman, can you get clarity? Because you said, I think you said you got an email this afternoon about January. Was that correct? It was through Dr. Lane's email?
Yeah, this morning.
All right. So can we get clarity on that January deadline? Because we're saying the 30th, but we could have another 15 days. So let's get clarity on that. But then also, I don't know who you would ask, whether it be the Treasury Department or someone in the governor's office regarding this 90-day thing that we're talking about with the contracts, and make sure Ms. Robinson is looped in there so that way we don't do anything wrong with the contract if we could do it. So that way she's looped in from the beginning. But I think those two things are really driving forces when what we really can do, quite frankly, that changes the game of if we can do stuff January 15th and then also have past 90 days potentially, that makes a big difference. Council is going to be meeting to talk about, go ahead.
I think the 90 days is just to pay bills. It isn't to do more programs. It's just to pay. So we have a contract and we have up to 90 days. If I remember one of the sessions we sat in on early on, that you would have up to 90 days beyond the 30th to pay, to pay the bill, but not to engage in additional programming beyond that point. So, but we're going to have to get clarification on the 15th for sure.
Yeah, and see, like, I don't want to put words in Councilor Randolph's mouth, but when I wrote down when you were talking, and I think I'm on the same page as her, I might be a step further, but let's say, for example, we talk to those vendors that does the testing for us now, and we say we want to pay for 200 tests up front. We don't know when exactly we're going to schedule them, but we have this relationship, we can work out something, but we want to pay for 200 tests no matter what, and do the contract, do the agreement, and pay for it. It's already purchased. It doesn't matter about when they're going to come back and do it. And that's what I was talking about with testing and contract agreements. If we can contract out with someone to say, hey, can you provide this service for us? It could be the beginning of the new year. Unless there's a limitation on that, I don't see why we couldn't be cutting contracts left and right for resources that we can use beginning of the year. Especially when we know everything else can be cut off.
Right.
The explanation I received early on from the governor's office when we were working on the business recovery stuff was that if it was under contract and you were trying to get it done by the 30th, but some of the things were outstanding and they were finishing up work that had already begun, then there was going to be some allowance for that as long as it was under contract by the 30th. But you couldn't put things under contract by the 30th that you don't even start till later in the year. That's what I was told early on. So I think we need to make sure we get that clarified.
And can we get that in writing?
So far, we haven't been able to get anything in writing.
What did you say, Councilor Randolph?
What are they going to do? Take the money back?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yes, when they audit you, you could have to pay it back.
True, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. We can talk, it's really late, but I see what you're saying, but seems a little odd. Not saying that you're not telling the truth. I'm just saying their thought process is a little odd.
Well, the whole thought process of the 30th deadline is very strange to begin with, because we all know this isn't going away that day. And that's my frustration in all of this, is we know we will continue to have needs, and the need to not only support our citizens, but, everybody in the community, but we've got this deadline that COVID doesn't care about. And that's the frustration on my part. It just makes no sense whatsoever. And to have I'm literally beside myself when we talk about this. It doesn't make any sense.
And Madam Mayor, your question about getting it in writing, they will give you all kinds of advice and their opinions, but they won't give you anything in writing. They'll point you back to the regulations that were used from the beginning. It's been really frustrating.
Well, we got time to look at it for a little bit until we have this next meeting. I'm gonna cut my camera off because my cord just got stuck on my chair. Council will need to talk about the clerk within like the next 2 weeks is what we discussed in closed session to schedule a meeting. So if the sooner council gets a date pinned down, we can tell you when to come back and circle back with us. And then, if push comes to shove, and we have to ultimately take that option regarding what Mr. Altman shared, we have time to do that because you already know the numbers and how to process it. Was that fair enough, Mr. Altman?
Yeah, absolutely. Just, no meetings on Christmas Eve.
No, we said like within the next 2 weeks before Christmas.
Okay.
We're going to make the reappropriation he's asked for tonight before we leave.
Yeah,
And
do you want
then
to make that motion?
Okay. No, I think Mr. Parton was the one wanted to do that. Mr. Parton?
Y'all ready?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, this is the first one.
No first, just one.
Right.
You got to break them up. That's per Mr. Altman's guidance. Motion to approve hazardous pay for police, fire, and the sheriff's office in one-time amount of $1,000 and authorize the recovery of up to 15% of the salaries and benefits of public safety employees beginning March 2020 through June 2020.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made by Councilor Parton, and it's been seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. It's now before council for discussion. Councilor Parton, you have the floor.
Nope, let's just vote.
All right, Councilor Randolph. I'll not say Councilor. I don't know if we're on the same page, but I'm not going to support this because I thought what was being articulated was that we could support the hazard pay, but hold off on the 15% till we have that second meeting because he already knows how to move forward with that. If we don't adjust the money, it's premature to say the 15%. We're going to come back and talk about the rest. Wasn't that the point you were making, Councilor Randolph?
No, ma'am, because I think my point is no matter how much we spend, we've still got this option for doing the 15% and getting that back. So we actually get the same amount back no matter how much we spend right now. Isn't that correct, Mr. Altman?
Yes, ma'am. So what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking, and maybe it's consistent. So based on the motion made, what we're saying is we move forward with the hazard pay one-time payment. You're authorizing us to do the up to 15%.
Right.
We're going to have, you're going to have another meeting. At that point in time, we'll have additional clarity and we can make some adjustments, but we're still saying whatever happens January 15 or December 30, we still have the ability authorized to capture up to the 15%. So we'll capture those dollars.
Where it got confusing is the justification that the money we were leaving on the table and not spending, we were going to get back in this 15%. There's no connection. We're going to get that money back no matter what we spend. So what I understood was at the next meeting, we're going to talk to city staff about spending more and leaving less of the 300 to 500,000 on the table if possible.
Yeah, exactly. You would, that 15% will get smaller based on the next meeting.
Hey, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
can you clarify this for me? So in order for us to do up to 15%, we have to spend the money using our CARES funding, correct?
Well, the up to 15% will allow us to capture the salary cost from March to June. So
you have to pay for it up front, and then that's kind of like I don't want to say reimbursement, but we're getting that on the back end, correct, with our CARES funding.
Yeah, and we've already paid for that. We've already put those salaries out the door because it was from March 2020 to June 2020. So we've already made that expense. So it's kind of that's why it's a cost recovery. So what we're saying is, regardless,
I get it now. The way it was worded, no, you don't have to do all that. The way it was worded earlier, I think I got confused, and I thank you, Councilor Randolph, for clarifying. Because when putting what she said to what you said, it makes sense now. Because it came off as we had to use our 500,000 to do it, and then whatever left over. And I'm like, well, that's premature. But I get it now. I understand.
Mayor, I have an answer for you on the food. Dick Commander, I've been texting back and forth with him. They're closing the clothing place in mid-December till right after Christmas, but they're not closing the food pantry except on Christmas Day.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And y'all did give them $50,000 in support of food access. So,
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you for clarity on the motion. Any other questions regarding the motion?
We finish voting, don't we?
haven't started.
Yeah, we didn't start voting yet. Any other questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. All right.
All right, got one more motion. I move to provide city employees, full-time and part-time staff, a $600 one-time bonus, excluding the employees that are receiving hazardous pay, and for it to come from the undesignated fund balance.
Motion fails for lack of a second. All right. So I paused for a while. We extended the meeting to get to this item. So the meeting is adjourned at this point, unless there's another motion. And council be on the lookout for email so we can try to take a date for that meeting that's coming up. And I think I heard someone try to say something else.
Will we have another meeting to address this?
Yes.
Yes, that's
okay. All I need to
yeah, okay. All right, you guys have a good night. Thank you for your time.
Good night.